All right, guys, what happened? Good evening, Wednesday night. Doc MacKay live. How are you guys? What's happening? And I'm having problems with my music. Imagine that. Yeah, kind of par for the course. Hey, I see two people. Come in, guys. Can you hear me? Okay. Test, test, test. Check, check. Yeah, it looks like I got a good audio. Just no music in the background. I don't know what happened there. I can't seem to unmute my. Oh, looks like I figured it out now. All right. Technical difficulties. Girl in the mirror. How come I can't get this right, girl? It's like it seems I have everything in order, ready to go live, and then as soon as I click, something's missing. My audio, my video, echo. Goodness gracious. Magandang gabi or umaga to you. Do you get an alert on your phone, on your gadget, when I go live? Or how are you able to respond so quickly? What about the Tom sock? Did you do the Tom sock yet? On what? Your gadget? Do you have an audio alert? Like, don't you set your gadget down on the counter? And do you hear it? Ding! Your cell phone. Okay, well, I almost forgot about tonight, and 30 minutes. Jay Dunavoci. What is the stream about? Well, one of three things probably brought my channel in front of your, or on your recommendation list, or in front of your eyes, is emergency medicine, the military, or the Word of God. One of those three things, probably you view one of those three subjects. Am I correct? Do any of those three subjects ring a bell? Two or three ain't bad. 2 out of 3. Yes, I understand, girl, but not everybody has their alerts, set to a chime, or sometimes, like me, they're silent. So unless I'm viewing my phone or my online at YouTube, unless I'm viewing YouTube, I won't know that I get a notification because I hear nothing. And if I'm not watching, then I see nothing. So. But for those of you that live on their gadgets, you get the alert right away. Where are you, Jay? U.S. or Spain, Italy? I'm guessing. Uh-oh, I'm tied in a knot. Here, I got to disconnect my audio for a second. Okay. Brielle! Brielle caller. Welcome, Brielle. Where's that? Canadiostan. That is no such country. What the heck? Is that like Canada, possibly? What is that, Jay? Where did you make up that from? And if it's Canada, what part of Canada? Are you on the west side, central, or in the east? Brielle, how about you? Where do you come from? Idiot, also known as Canada. Well, I figured that's what it sounded like. So, are you over on the east side or over there in Alberta, Ontario? Oh, you're right above me, about 8 hours. I'm down in New Jersey, USA, about 2 hours south of New York City. Hoorah. Brielle, you still there? Hello, hello, hello? Hi, hi, hi. Well, welcome, Jay. Yeah, hang out for a little bit. Pretty much an open forum. I mentioned the 3 things that seem to be talked about the most, although talk about anything if you want. Yeah, I'll tell stories about my emergency medicine career, my short time in the military, 8 years, or the Word of God always ends up being interjected in between there somewhere. What's Al-Musil? Al-Musil? Is that like a... What is that? Is that like a... That's a drink, no? Some kind of a soybean drink or Al-Musil? What is that? I barely remember that name. Captain, everything looks secure down here, Captain. No signs of life anywhere. Breakfast. Oh, yeah. Welcome aboard, Michael. What is the... Gosh, I never stepped aboard a ship in the Navy. And I never got to go through the formalities of crossing the gangway and facing the colors and then, or the ensign, and then to the XO or whoever is on board, asking for permission to come aboard. What is his response? He returns the salute, and what's he say? God, I'm embarrassed to ask that question. I was in the Navy and never stepped aboard a ship. Yep. So I never got to be initiated on board a ship. Does he say welcome aboard or requesting permission to come aboard, requesting permission to come aboard, and say what? You don't need what? Trident when crossing the bridge? What do you mean trident? That's referring to a specific branch. Hey, Mike. Good to see you again. Of course, of course. What happened to Brielle? Did Brielle disappear? Oh, the equator. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. You're talking about um, the different names for crossing the equator, crossing the international date line, and there's another. Um, yeah, what happened to Brielle? She's still there? Yep, you're still there, Brielle. You're hanging out in the background somewhere. Are you there? Are you there? Ah, Jay! 11th Infantry here. No way. Bro. Early mid-90s for you. Wow, it was before me. My story is quite unique. You haven't heard my story. I brought my civilian experience into the military at 37 years old. I was a civilian paramedic, and I stepped into a recruiter's office in 1999. Yeah, 1999. May of 1999. And I was offered a reserve, 8-year reserve contract in the United States Navy. I could have joined any branch, but Navy won me over, and I signed my name on the dotted line in June of 1999, and I did 8 years, so till 2007. And then 9/11 happened, and then 3 years thereafter, I got the phone call to get deployed to Iraq with the 123 Marines. So I was there 2004, 2005, providing medical support for the Marine Corps in the Al Anbar province at Fob Heat, pronounced or spelled H-I-T, but pronounced Heat. So it's H-I-T and pronounced H-E-E-T. Well, cool. I don't remember if I ran into any Canadian infantry over there. They might have been at the Al Assad base. That was like, I'm trying to remember, 20-mile ride from our fob. 20 or 40, one of the two. But I only got to go there once, and it was just filled with, the masses of troops, mostly Marine Corps. Yeah, so hence the reason for this cover. That was the uniform I got to wear, or the United States Corpsmen get to wear on the Marine Corps side when they're planted in their battalion, one of the battalions. Cool. Now, oh, okay. Wait. 11 Charlie Infantry in the U.S. And what is RECCE in Canada? Royal something Canadian. You have to educate me. What is RECCE? I could Google it, but I'm going to let you. 8 people. Come in, people. We got 8 sets of eyes, according to my little counter there. This is what Canadians call recon. Ah, okay. Awesome. I'll be dang. Well, we have a handful of veterans that come in here. In particular, we got, speaking of Special Forces, Army, a guy up in Wisconsin. He's medically retired, Army Special Forces. And then a guy from the UK, I think he's currently deployed. He popped in here, from what he said, was while he was out in the field, on one of his vehicles on a SAT or whatever the monitor that he was using, and he popped in and just to say hello real quick, and then had to disappear. And he's been invisible for the last 3 weeks or so. He's Special Forces in the UK. And then, yeah, we've had various, everywhere from the Navy, um, Marines, Army. I don't know if we had any Air Force. Oh, Coast Guard. So one Coastie that pops in here as well. Moore! Mr. Moore is in Spain. You know, Moore, I just recently was talking about you to somebody. Hold on a second. Let me raise my seat up a bit. And I was trying to recall, maybe it was another Spaniard. And I was trying to remember what city you were in. And I couldn't remember. You've told me so many times, but Mike, meet Mr. Moore. Jay, up in Canada. Michael, you told me before. Where are you again? South Carolina, correct? Santiago de Compostela. What? Yeah, but you mentioned another. Maybe it was like a village or something you were part of, or, anyways, not to be specific. How many branches? Oh yeah, Space Force. That's right. Well, we already have Space Force. Oh, in Washington State. Now I thought there was somebody in South Carolina that I just met. It wasn't you. Okay, gotcha. Well, cool. Awesome. You know what, guys, just a little plug for Black Rifle Coffee Company, BRCC. I drink their coffee, and because of that, I subscribe to their channel, and they've got some pretty, to say good would be an understatement. They put out 2 videos here recently, covering one platoon, I want to call them, during how come I can't think of the name in Baghdad? It was the second part of that. It was while I was over there, and I didn't realize that Fallujah 2, a Marine Corps platoon working their way through Fallujah in December, January. Well, actually, they were there at the same time I was until April of 2005. And wow, tearjerker, pulling at the heartstrings. 20-year reunion for these guys, because this year is 20 years since we were over there. 2004, 2005 was the time they were there, as I was, end of August till April. And they show what they look like, the kids they were back then, and now the adults they are today. And they tell their story, and it's, wow, really, really good. Really cool. Gusta, Luis, ¿cómo estás usted? I was United States Navy, corpsman or medic in the United States Navy. 1999 to 2007. You speak Spanish or Portuguese, Gusta? Oh, I remember you, Gusta. You're Portuguese. That's right. Correct? I think I remember you now. That's right. Okay. I remember now. Yeah, more. I thought Gusta last time was Espanol, and he corrected me. He says, "No, I speak Portuguese." So. Got you. And you're in Brazil, correct, Luis? Awesome. Thanks, guys. Don't forget the thumbs up, the like. Muchas gracias. Or in the Philippines, walang anuman. Or in Bisaya, walay sapayan. That is, thank you. Thank you very much. No, that's you're welcome. Sorry. I'm getting all screwed up. Girl in the mirror is going to correct me. Thank you is salamat in the Philippines, in Tagalog. You're welcome is walang anuman. Yes, obrigado. I forgot. It's like I had a memory of what it was, but I couldn't think of it, and Gusta reminded me. Yep. Muito obrigado. Is that thank you very much? Muito much. I know it's a common error, but I'm remembering Brazil is Portuguese. Yeah, thank you so much. Right, correct. It's very similar. Mucho in Espanol, muito in Portuguese. I can figure that out. It sounds similar. Yep. And be kind to animals. What should I put? You want something more aggressive, kind of to get them the motivation, like that. Yo comprendo. Wow, comprendo. También. Oh, you like the other one? Well, so be it. We'll go back to the more mellow. Here, your comment though, just as long as you leave your clothes on while you're running through the field, and being kind to animals. Oh my goodness. Oh my gulay. I'm like picturing this through the meadow. Yeah, only before sin did they not realize they were naked. But as soon as they did, what happened? Do you remember? They put clothes on, basically. They made clothes real quick and they covered themselves because they were embarrassed. Imagine that. What a concept. So how is everybody? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo está? In the Philippines, in Tagalog, that is the expression. Pronounce that. Very similar to ¿Cómo estás? So it's how they hear it. Remember I said before, they're known for being copycats. That's not a bad thing. It's just the truth. What they hear, and then they spell what they hear. So ¿Cómo está? If you say it fast, ¿Cómo estás? It's like ¿Cómo está? If you spell it phonetically, K-A-M-U-S-T-A, ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo estás? I know I don't have the accent correct, but yeah. Ah, ¿Cómo sti? Italian. Yeah, imagine that. That's a very beautiful language, Italian. ¿Cómo está? There's the accent I was looking for. The A. Oop. ¿Cómo voce está? Bien, ¿y tú? Muy bien, gracias. Jeff? Jeff! You're back! Something wrong? Jeff, I just had to say that twice. It's like, something wrong. Something wrong? Something wrong? Here, the joke is, do you know how they... God, that got loud. Do you know how the Chinese parents name their children? Have you ever heard that before? Jeff? Yep, yep. Bien, y tú? Good, and you? Correct. They take an aluminum can, or they take some aluminum cans and they throw it down the alley, and the first three sounds that come out, clink, clong, ching, ching, tang, wong. That's horrible. Ni hao, ma, there you go, Chinese. Did you hear that more? That's horrible. That's so bad. Yeah, the first three sounds that come out of that, that's how they name their children. That's horrible. I'm embarrassed now. But that was the big joke when we were growing up. That sounds similar to your name. Something Wong. Oh, that's a little softer sound. So those must be cans in the koozie. You know, the wetsuit material that goes around the can to keep them cold or hot. They must have been in that when you got your name. Something Wong. It's kind of a muffled variation of the aluminum can sounds. Yeah, I know. So do I, Gustav. But we can't say we're fluent in those languages. I know Thai and Lao. How to say hello. A little bit of words in Thai because I was married to a Thai girl for 15 years. I know a lot of their food in Thai. Tagalog, Bisaya, Spanish. It looks like you're teaching me some Portuguese, Italian, German, right? Brazil, Gusta. Cantonese. What happened? Excuse me. Hey guys, appreciate you populating the room. This is pretty cool. We got Gusta, Jay, Jeff, more. Myself, girl in the mirror, she's eating breakfast. Gotcha. Burping. What happened to the lady that came in? I'm assuming she's a lady by her name. Brielle. Brielle, where'd you go? Are you still there? Let me see. Yep, Brielle, you're in the background somewhere. I can still do that to her name, so I know she's hanging out in the background somewhere. Do I know what language? Oh my God. Yeah, I've changed that expression to oh my gulai. That's gulai is vegetable in Tagalog, and that's just a much a much more appropriate expression than saying "Oh my God," "Oh my gulai." So I like that expression. So that's what I say now. Oh my vegetable. It's the same letters, OMG. So oh my gulai. Here a little bit, since we're on that subject, sawadee, or sawad, if you're a guy, the appropriate expression, greeting is sawadee krap or sawadee kap. The R is silent. If it's a girl, it's sawadee ka. And if you're saying it to a younger person, like a child, it's sawadee ja. Oh, you did. Yeah, only the bad words. Exactly. Yeah, it's very similar to in Lao or Laotian. It's sabaidi, S-A-B, sabaidi. That's in Laos. And I forgot Cambodian. But I used to work with, I worked with a plethora, a smorgasbord of people around the world when I worked at the defense contractor General Dynamics. Spanish speakers, Mexico, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Thai. My gosh, how many other countries, the guys and gals that work there. As a matter of fact, before I was even married to an Asian girl, I started eating their menu because it was very common that Doc would forget dinner for that night, and I would end up going to the vending machine and getting some kind of soup, vegetable soup or whatever. And the guys, the Vietnamese, the Asian guys, they were very gracious, and they'd take a portion of their steamed rice, all of them, a spoonful, each of them giving me a spoonful. Next thing you know, I had a big plate of steamed rice, and I'd go to the vending machine and get a can of, vegetable soup, and I had my dinner. And so it was nice of them, and I started eating rice, and then the Filipinos gave me sardines and tomato sauce, and I thought that was wild, but then I started eating it and said, oh, that's pretty good. So, and then their adobo chicken, and I was eating that before I even was married to an Asian girl. And then who would know that I married a girl from Thailand, and then 15, 16 years later, 17 years later, I'm married to a girl from the Philippines, and I've been married for 22 years to her. Yeah, cool. Good stuff, guys. Gusta, what time is it in Brazil? Oh, it's 2 hours difference. It's 10:35. 10:35 in Brazil. I think it's 2 hours difference than me. Yeah, 22. Yep. And Jay, you're in Ontario, so you're the same time as me. And I think I know the rest of you guys. Oh, Jeff, whereabouts are you? I'm sorry. Are you still there, or did you have to step out? No, you're still there. Jeff, did you already say where you originate? Oh, were you the one from Canada? No. That was Jay in Canada. It's just topic of discussion. That's all. The reason why I very frequently ask people, "Oh, where are you from?" Because I've done some travel, and sometimes we get something in common, and whether it's language or location or whatever. Well, you were gracious and complimented me before, saying that I speak clearly. So I will try to slow down. What is slow down in Portuguese? Oh, really? In Spanish, it's en serio. En serio? 123 días? What is it again? Míos abrigado? Is that míos? I'm scrolling back. Yeah, how do you say slow or slow down in Portuguese? Two verbs for to know. One is saber, I think. Devagar. Is that right? Yeah, devagar is slow. Devagar, please. Is that por favor? Is same in Spanish, or what is please in Portuguese? Devagar. Yeah. How about please? Devagar in Espanol, por favor. Yeah, por favor. Okay. Same. Similar. Yeah. Okay. Devagar, por favor. You can say that to me now, and I'll understand you. If I remember. Well, pronunciation is easy because the vowels are the same. A, E, I, O, U. And in many languages, they use that Latin pronunciation. Even in Albanian language, they use A, E, I, O, U, and other pronunciation with their accents. But I was working with an Albanian in Iraq. He was one of the workers on our FOB, our forward observation or operating base. And he was teaching me, showing me his language. And it was the same A, E, I, O, U in their pronunciation. I was like, imagine that. Correct. And it'll translate in real time? Right. I in English is two sounds. The long I, it says its name, I, like I, ojos. And the other is I, that's the short I, like it, sit, lit, bit, I. So there's only two sounds, I and I, like the I. That's the sound, I. But in Spanish or Portuguese, it's E. The E sound, double E in English. E. That is the long E vowel in English. It says its name, E. But in Spanish, the letter is E. A, E, E O U. It's very interesting. So if you write Portuguese, I can probably pronounce it. Maybe the accent will be incorrect. You know, the emphasis will be wrong, but I can say the vowels. It's the same in Spanish. It's the same in Tagalog. It's the same in Albanian. Yes, correct. You can say it is the same thing in Portuguese. ¿Entiende? Correct, correct. Oh, awesome. More, are you still there? When I think I was like 11 years old. Maybe I was younger. 10 años, or I'm sorry. Yeah, 11 años, 10 or 11. My brother was studying Spanish in school, and I used to open his books and read, and I remember learning a, e, o, u. And I remember to this day, 50 years later. Yes, yeah, as many languages have many slangs. Yeah, yeah. You know the expression I learned in the book. Maybe I didn't learn it in the book. Maybe my brother told me. To remember the vowels is a, e, I, o, u. A burro sabe más que tú. A donkey is a jackass too. A, I, o, u. Is it el? El burro sabe más que tú? Yeah, I remember. This was, gosh, 50 years ago. Paul! Hey, speaking of anthrax, is this the first time here, Paul? Because I talked about anthrax before. Were you here, or coincidence that you're talking about anthrax? Oh, you remember? Wow. I don't, to tell you the truth, I really don't know the complications or the side effects of anthrax. I really don't. I don't remember. But we started anthrax when we all got, like, I think the first 3 doses. Before, you have to give it every, I forget what, every 2 weeks or something, and we only got 2 or 3 doses before we deployed to Iraq. And I don't think we continued after that. I don't think anybody got any more doses after that. I think there was 5. Don't quote me. But if there's 5, we got like the first 2 or 3. Something like that. You're going to leave, Gusta? Obrigado, Gusta. Mois. Is that Mois? M-O-I-S? Is it? Mois. Obrigado. Matt. Matt. What's up, Matthew? Awesome. We got a good turnout. A lot of new people, about 2 or 3 new people, and we were talking languages. You received what? 5 in 1991. Oh, yeah. Well, you got the whole package. It sounds like. Yeah, and I don't know. You can Google, the side effects of anthrax. I'm going to tell you the basic side effects: that soreness, redness, and swelling. That's for every immunization. You're putting a needle in somebody's arm, so they're going to hurt, they're going to swell, and sometimes there's bruising. Depends on if you hit a vessel or not. Yeah, muito. Okay. Thank you for the prop. I forgot. Muito. Got you. Not Moise. It's Moito. Okay. Adios, Luis. Come back again. Matt, I'm better than I deserve every day. Have you heard that expression before? I am better than I deserve. And my explanation of why I say that. I didn't know that before until somebody else said it to me. And then I had to have them explain it. And I went, wow, that's good. And I can explain it. Oh, you've heard that before? Yeah, it opens the door. The whole purpose of that is to get the person to think, like, what does that mean? What does he mean? Why does he say that? Instead of, oh, I'm doing well. And you? And so you get to explain, and we call that opening the door to share the gospel to somebody. Here's what that means. And then you get to explain to them. And I've had many responses to that. Most people don't want to hear that. They'll even get offended by it. I've had people, shut me down. They get angry. Or, yeah, it's just like they did with Christ, when he was alive. So, still kicking. Yeah. Well, now that I know what I know, Jay, better than I deserve is perfect, because it prompts different responses, and depending on the way they respond, that prompts me to answer, or explain. Sometimes you get, why do you say that? And they'll the most common is, no, you deserve the best. You deserve better than that. And that's even better. You're like, may I explain? And they're usually, yeah, sure, go ahead. And then as soon as you mention the word God or Jesus Christ, they're like, you can tell by their body language. They're either receptive or they're not. Most of the time they're not, but it's okay. But that's why I say that. It's an opportunity to share the truth. You want me to tell you? Sure. Absolutely. First, the story was, I was in San Diego. I moved back to San Diego from New Jersey. I finally, I had to pull teeth to convince my wife to follow me back to San Diego. But so we're in San Diego living and attending church one Sunday, and the Reformers Unanimous program I've mentioned before, I was attending, and one of the guys attending the program, it was a Mexican guy. What was his name again? He married his daughter to one of the guys in the program, Sean. And Sean and his daughter got married. That was the very first time I've seen an actual Christian wedding. It was like profound. Tears, the whole 9 yards, in my eyes. watching this wedding. It was just beautiful. Never seen nor heard, what was shared and exchanged in that wedding. So anyways, the father answered when I said, gosh, long time no see. How are you? And he said, better than I deserve. And that caught me, like, never heard that before. You're better. He said, you got to explain that one to me. He's like, yeah, sure. So I'm going to explain. It's like, so if I say I'm doing better than I deserve, the question is, what do you deserve? If I'm doing better than I deserve, the question is, what do we deserve? And what we deserve is what Christ did on the cross for us. He came to the earth to do what we couldn't do. Impossible that we were going to accomplish what he did. He not only, we could suffer and endure beatings like he did, but the reason why he did that was to do it in the place of us. He did it for us. So in other words, if he wouldn't have suffered like he did, we would have had to suffer that way when we took our last breath. And it's even worse than that, as many of us know. We're not only going to suffer such as he did, not only physically, but mentally, to the point of literally blood seeping out his pores of his skin. It's called hematodriosis. It's an actual condition, a rare condition where people bleed, seep outside their skin due to extreme stress. And that is fitting to that's where that came from. That term came from, is what Christ suffered on the cross, or before he went to the cross. And then physically what he suffered, on the cross. And then the reason why he did that was to forgive and forget, as if that never happened, all of our sins. Our sin nature was defeated when he went, because of what he went through. And then what he did 3 days later was the second supernatural thing. He rose from the dead. And he did that so to give us a chance to be able to live again, just like he did when he rose from his grave. We can't do that. No matter how hard we've been trying all these millennia, nobody's ever come close, to literally rising from their grave. So that is the reason why I'm doing better than I deserve. I deserve what he did. He did it as an innocent person. He took the guilty verdict on purpose for us, because there's no way we were going to be able to accomplish that on our own. And now he says, I did the hard part. Now believe in me. That's it. You want another chance to live again, but this time forever with me? He said, believe in me and I'll give you eternal life. That's John 3:16. So when he taught me that, I was like, whoa, that's good. So now when people ask me, how are you doing? I was like, I'm doing much better than I deserve. Much better. But you can only say that if you believe, if you accept the fact that he was actually a person and he did what he did. And that's all he's asking you to do. He just said, believe in me. John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever, here's the condition, whosoever believeth in me, Jesus Christ talking, should not perish but have everlasting life. Bro, we're all backsliders at one point or another. The difference is, what do you do to fix that? And if you keep going back to the Word of God, that to me is proof that you know the truth. But for those that choose to say, you know what, I tried that and I'm just not convinced yet, and I'm going to live my life the way I want to live it. And I'll fix my problems on my own because I tried that and it didn't work. I mean, that's obvious that they haven't got it yet. They haven't truly accepted that is the answer. That is the truth. That is the way, the truth, and the life. Think about it. Do I backslide? Do I make mistakes? OMG. But I'm not going to stop sharing the gospel with people. Because I know it makes, this is perfect. That's why I say this channel always seems to go towards the Word of God in some way or another. Somebody says something, and it's just a perfect opportunity to talk about it. And we're talking about how to say thank you in different languages, or the answer to how are you, in different languages. And it just goes right to this, and that is, if I am overwhelmingly convinced that what I see today in this world, all around the world, geographically, by what's the word I'm looking for? Geographically, what I see in the world and what I see in the universe, I'm overwhelmingly convinced that in the beginning, God created this. So because of that, I'm not gonna bend or sway or forget or deny that in the beginning God created, even when I backslide and I make mistakes. It's what do you do afterwards, to make amends to that mistake, Do you still find yourself dropping to your knees and just, with tears in your eyes at times, telling them, my God, I'm so sorry. I know the answer. I know how to fix this, but I screwed up again. Are you constantly going back and asking, for forgiveness? And if you are, then you haven't forgotten. That's the contention people say. So, so why do you keep making mistakes? If you're a Christian, it's like, really? See, they don't get it. But it's okay. Well, it's not, but I mean, I didn't get it either, before, but I do now. And that's where patience comes in, and you literally get humbled beyond humbled when somebody says, there, see your mistake, and you call yourself a Christian. It's embarrassing. It's like you just burned your bridge. How do you explain now to somebody? I'm talking my own life right now. How many bridges I've burned, and I've told people and I've shared with them the gospel. My own family, they see my mistakes still, and now how do I talk the gospel to them now that I've totally went against what I shared with them? It's humiliating, when you burn a bridge. And now how do you, at that point, I can't stop sharing it though. I can't stop. It's like I told my son, my 19-year-old, my youngest, I said, I failed so miserably at being a dad, a good example for you. I've succeeded just as much, but I've made, incredible mistakes and been embarrassed being a dad because of what I've done and my actions and my behavior. But does that mean I got to stop being your dad? I can't just all of a sudden say, boy, I'm a screwed up mess, and keep my mouth shut now and just let him live his life on his own and not continue to try to influence him as his father. I can't. So it's the same with the Word of God. It's like, man, I've buried my testimony so many times. I know. Well, you're once born, always born again. It's like, here's how it's The program, Reformers Unanimous, taught me. Once you're a Christian, you're his forever. You can't lose your salvation, and that's ridiculous. But the devil can still impress you, oppress you, depress you, and there's one more. But he can't possess you. There's four that I always forget the other one. Impress, depress, oppress, and yeah, whatever it is. But he can never possess you. He did before. That's the difference. Before you knew the truth, that's the only thing you knew was his impression. You know, society doesn't even know the definition of love. I mean, in 3 words, you know, and now I know, and I've never taught that. You know, it's 1 John 4:8. I even memorized the verse. I'm not bragging. It's just because I've been exposed to it now, and I've done enough studying that I understand now. God is love. If you want to know love, you got to get to know God. Know God, know love. That comes with N-O. If you know God, K-N-O-W, you know love, K-N-O-W, love. But if you don't know God, you have no God, and you have no love. So you can say, no God, no love, K-N-O-W, comma, or dot, 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 N-O God, no God, N-O love. You can't know love if you don't know God. And everything stems from that. But yet society says, you know, love, oh, love, love, you know, and they hold it up to their heart. Well, what does God say about our heart? You ever studied that one? That'll pull the rug out from underneath you. Put a foot in your stomach or elsewhere. God says the heart is deceitfully wicked. Who can know it? You're like, what? Why would God say that about my heart? Because that's what your heart is without him. If you really don't understand Jesus Christ, why Christ came to this earth, you truly don't know God. You don't know love. You can't. How can you? Nobody's ever explained it to you. Oh, speaking of, I can do that. I can help you with that. And I go to the Word and I show them what the Word of God says, not what my stinking thinking says. I know, it's awesome. You're welcome, Jay. Really, thank you for finding me. Hit the subscribe if you want to see when I'm on again. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. your time until midnight, thereabout. But I'm trying to do the 8 to 12 so I can become a normal sleeping and waking human being. Ah, there you go. You said OIF changed your life. Did you share with me your OIF? I'm sorry, your Matt. I'm scrolling back already. Were you the one that said you were there in 91? No, somebody else was United States Marines and then Canadian military after that. Was that you, Jay? Oh, out in the woods, Paul? I'm sorry, I just caught what you said. Where in the woods are you? I'm in woods right now. I'm surrounded by them. That's all there is in the southern part of New Jersey. Woods and sand and rock, river rock. Amen, Paul. You know, the very first part of the program, Reform is Unanimous. I've mentioned this. I mean, all the time when I'm live streaming. But it's a Christ-centered program that I got involved in 17 years ago, and it's just a discipleship program for people struggling with sin. Do you know anybody? Yeah. In other words, the program's for everybody. You know, it doesn't matter what brings you through the doors. It's all about whether if you don't know Christ, getting to know him first and foremost, and then if you already know him, then it's just a discipleship program to help you, you know, get away from your struggles, whether it's a stronghold or an addiction or a, you know, whatever you want to call it, to help you get away from that and how to stay away from that. And that's what the whole program's designed. And so, yeah. Oh, the very first part of the format of the program is talk. First, you talk to God through prayer and testimony. That's the very first thing we do. Actually, after there's like anywhere from 8 to 15-minute video. It shares what the program calls principles. There's 10 principles to the program. For example, the very first one is, if God is against it, so am I. That's the very first principle. And the video is on that. And then after the video, we do our 3 talks. Talk. And first, we talk to God through prayer and testimony. Part of the testimony is exactly what you said. It's giving thanks to God, making him look good, bragging on him. You know, thank God for what I have, for the shoes on my feet, whatever. And we always, and depending on the population of the class, we always try to encourage people, you know, please keep it to 30 seconds to a minute, so that gives everybody else a chance to share their, you know, their praise. And that's the first talk. Whether you want a prayer said publicly or privately, we'll do that first, and then everyone gets a chance to share their testimony, you know, just praising God, making him look good. And then the second talk, we break into our study groups, men with men, women with women, in separate, you know, locations. And then we usually study the program. It's a curriculum-based program, so we're breaking open the books and talking about them, and or signing off our assignments, or maybe somebody's got an issue, you know, that they want to share with the class, and we can, you know, address that. It's kind of an open kind of format. Second talk. And then the third talk, we all come back together in one room and we listen to usually 15, 20 minutes of preaching. Somebody's got a message from the Word of God that they share with the class. And that's Reforms Unanimous. Every Friday night, 7 p.m. Once a week. And then officially, there is a second class, and that is Sunday morning. In other words, it gets you to church. And there's usually a separate Reformers Unanimous study group, and that's considered the second class of the program. But it's all designed, again, to get you away from your stronghold, your, you know, habit, and to then the second part is to keep you from going back to it. And so how do you do that? You get them doing something different than what they were doing before, as much as possible. You know, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. So we're trying to get you in with godly people, nor standeth in the way of sinners. So we're trying to get you away from standing in the way of sinners and standing in the way of the righteous, i.e., going to Reforms Unanimous, attending church Sunday morning, Sunday evening, midweek service on Wednesdays, and so on. Just constantly trying to get you away from what you used to do on a Friday night. Make sense? You know, you can't change the way a person acts until you change the way they think. So now I got it. The object is to try to fill my head with the truth, the Word of God, Scripture, reading what you're looking at, different stuff that you used to look at, or going to different places where you used to go, talking about totally transforming your life, the way you act. I'm sorry, the way you think, and then it'll change the way you act. And that's what the program's designed. It's got an 80+% success rate. You won't find a secular program with those numbers. You just won't. AA, NA, all those secular programs, they boast nowhere near 80%. It's more in the 30s and 40s, if not less. So, yeah, Iraqi freedom. What was the years, or what did you do again, Matt? You told me before. Marine Corps, or were you Army? So it sounds like you were just before I went. I was there 2004, 2005. Army. That's right. And Matt, what were you doing? Were you transportation, or were you a flight mechanic, or on the ground? I don't know what your MOSs are in the Army. Transportation. Yeah. It seems like I remember I was talking about the Marine Corps. They call them the Motor T Division, the Motor Transportation Division in the Marines. I didn't know that before Iraq. Imagine that. It was a crash course to welcome to the Marine Corps. I was blue side, that's the Navy, for most of my 8 years. And then I got deployed with the Marines. So that was my crash course to the Marine Corps. Although I went to a program, a school in Camp Lejeune. Actually, it was both Camp Pendleton and Lejeune, West Coast and East Coast, to learn how to be a corpsman for the Marine Corps. So that was my first introduction to Marine Corps life and their way of, operating, and their structure. And if you were to ask me today, their structure, I would fail. I forgot. Yep. Yeah, awesome. I got experience with literally just a brief exposure to the tracked vehicles and wheeled vehicles. I got a cool story about the wheeled vehicle. You might know what I'm talking about. I don't remember what the vehicle was, but it had like 6 wheels on it, 3 wheels on each side, kind of a smaller, lower profile vehicle for troop transport. What did it fit? Like 6 or 8 guys in the back. Super low, hot, baking heat back there with the engines. I got to experience that. I actually got extricated from a sniper hide with 3 snipers one evening in the dark. Everything was by NVG, or I didn't have any, but they did, and they were in the dark when they arrived and in the dark when they left. Thank God somebody could see, because I couldn't. Oh, you were in Desert Storm and Iraqi Freedom. So you were in 80s and 90s. Yeah. I actually worked with an EMT. He was a Navy corpsman. Came back from Desert Storm. Chris. What's his name? Chris. Real fair, white skin, blonde, toe blonde. We had a blast. Man, we got ourselves into some... Just everything was tipping towards the doing things wrong part of the scale, where every time I worked with him, we were kind of pushing that envelope in the ambulance. I'm going to blame it on him. He was the younger of the two, and he was influencing me. Having just got back from Desert Storm. He had that I don't care attitude. F the world. F the military. Throwing away his medals. The whole, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Well, my DD214 says OIF OEF. So I must have been on the tail end of OIF and the beginning of OEF, right? Yeah. Well, where were you? Where did it take you? What part of Iraq? That was before me. So yeah, what were the fobs? Did they call them fobs then, or did the army have forts over there? No. What were they? Camps. Maybe they were camps. And what part of Iraq did you get assigned to? Camps. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, I was assigned. I spent 7 months at Fob Heat. It's like 8 miles north of the city of Heat, HIT, along the Euphrates River. I can actually show you on the Google Imagine. It's kind of scary. I can zoom right in on Fob Heat at the bend of one of the bends of the Euphrates River and show you the 3 buildings that we occupied for 7 months and where I slept. Yeah, I'm going to do that right now, actually. Bring up Google Earth. I could probably just do it on Google Maps. That's what I should do instead of going through this process. Google Earth kind of takes up too much. Half a battalion was at Fob Heat, and the other half was at Haditha Dam. And I did get to spend a little bit of time at the dam. They were leaving to go on an operation or something, and they needed somebody to. They considered the dam priority over Fob Heat, so we left Fob Heat and filled in for them and occupied that dam in the middle of that cement dam for, what was it, 2 or 3 days or something until they got back. And then we went back. Yeah, let me show you this fob here. Okay. City of Heat here. See if I can, I should just erase the fob part here. Just go Heat. There we go. Okay. So here, I'm going to share this with you so you can see it here with what I'm seeing. Okay. See if I can, now that's a small screen. I don't know how small it is here, but that little pink circled area right there is the city of Heat. I don't know if you can see that pink outline there. That's the city of Heat, and that's the Euphrates River, the dark or the gray. So I'm going to go up the Euphrates River a couple miles, and I believe, right, let's see here if I can find, oh my gosh, first try. Is that Fob Heat? No. Hold on. The next bend. Somewhere in one of these bends here. There. Nope, that's not it. Look at that. Isn't it amazing? You can zoom right in on this. And you think, well, can't the enemy do this? Yes. Find out where we are? Yes. Where the heck? What bend is it? It's one of these bends here. Let me zoom back here. Hold on. I don't usually take this long to find this thing. There's the city. Wow, that's pretty cool, but that ain't it. That's some other complex. Where is it? Where is it? Nope, that looks like some farmland. It's on the left side here, on the east side, or the west side. And maybe it's a little further up than I thought it was. Oh, wait, what's that? Nope, that ain't it. Gosh, I've never had this difficulty here. Bush Jr., Iraq Dinar, Paul Toady. Hold on a second. Let me see what that does when I just throw in fob heat. Oh, that's fob shield. Yeah, that must be in the city of heat there. No, that's not. That's way down in Baghdad. All right, never mind. Forget that. It's fob shield. We don't want heat. Okay. Why am I having problems finding where I lived for 7 months? I always nail it within seconds. It's in one of these bends. I'm surprised I'm not actually looking at it when I zoom in on this. It's not, though. Let me scroll back here. There's the dam. Here's Haditha Dam. Right here. There's the dam. That section right there, if you can see my cursor, there's the dam. That's where the other half of our battalion was. And then about 20 miles south, near the city of Heat, there's Haklania. Boy, we heard about Haklania all the time. That's Al Haklania. And then, let's see here. Nope. 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 This is Baghdadi. No, that's too populated. We were just in the middle of a dirt little spot on the map. I'm trying, Chris. What's up, brother? I'm struggling for the very first time trying to find my home that I spent 7 months at along the Euphrates River. It's like, really? I mean, they didn't wipe it off the map, and this isn't it. This is not. Oh, wait a minute. Am I a little bit closer? Boy, that's awfully blurry. It's not what I'm looking for. It's horrible that I can't find this. There's the actual city. Oh my gosh, is it right here in front of me and I just wasn't recognizing it? Anyhow, I'm gonna take a break here because I'm driving myself nuts. But we were like 8 miles is what I remember. Anyways, just another Wednesday night, Chris. I actually remembered I was actually 30 minutes prior to the start of this when I realized, oh my gosh, Wednesday night. So I ran downstairs and brought all my stuff and got set up with like 5 minutes to spare, and still didn't nail all the bells and whistles that I would normally, have ready to go. The music or something failed me. It's crazy. It's like, are we now, maybe the map has changed and the fob has been replaced or taken off the, I mean, that could be, but I'm still not convinced that that's what happened. All right, Matt. Thank you, brother, for Google squibbing the truth. Could be. Good night, bro. Thank you again for coming in. Friday night, I'll be back. Oh, there's Haklania. Were we north of Haklania? It's like, there's Haditha. I'm already at Haditha. I'm way too far. I'm telling you, something's happened. Something's happened to the oh my gosh. It may just be, maybe they've bulldozed that whole thing off the map. It could very well be. This looks like some recent not recent, but like tracks of tractors clearing out an area. Right there, that part, this whole area has been bulldozed. All of these track marks. I wonder if that maybe is what I'm experiencing. That could very well be. This little bend here kind of like is really suspicious, or makes it look familiar, but no, I can see the 3 buildings normally. I can point right where I was sleeping. I mean, what corner of the building I was sleeping in. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Did I find it? No, I'm right back to the City of Heat. Oh, there it is. You know what? It's gone. Holy moly. I can see it right here. Right here. Oh my gosh. They've taken down the buildings. See the U shape right there? See the 2 vertical and then the U at the bottom? That was our fob. Oh my gosh, it's gone. Those marks in the sand right there. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it. That was the U shape in that building at the bottom on the very left end was the BAS, the Battle Aid Station. And that was my home for 7 months, either upstairs, the upper deck, or down the bottom towards the end, because the other Marines came in and they occupied my room because they needed the space. So we migrated back down to the BAS and slept on the cots that we put our patients on for the last month or 2 weeks or to a month. We slept downstairs. But there it is. I'll be dang. Imagine that. That's why I couldn't find it. It's exactly what I was suspecting. Yep. Crazy. Yeah, as a matter of fact, see the helo? See the helo pad right there with the big H on it? Right there, helo pad. See the big H right there? I got a, I have a video of me and 2 other corpsmen taking a major, an officer that got hurt in a IED explosion, and they arranged a helicopter extrication, and we took him out there on a stretcher, and the Filipino guy that was in charge. Okay, Matt, see you Friday. I've told this story before. The Filipino guy, he was only like 26 years old, but he was in charge of us because he had more time in his rate than the rest of us. So even though we we were the same rank as him, he had more time in, so officially he was senior. So he had never experienced a helicopter extrication or a helicopter period. And so he asked me if I was assigned the task to, take him out to the helicopter, but he approached me and asked me, do you mind if I take your spot? And could you take some pictures for me? I said, sure. So I took his little camera and knelt in the dirt and videoed him approaching this helo pad there. The big, actually there's a few of them. There's some more to the right of it, but I'm going to say it was this one. And they flew him out. And little did I know there was somebody on the rooftop of those buildings that are no longer there, and was videoing us taking there it is. I'm going to zoom in on that H in the dirt. Imagine that. They've updated the maps since then. No, it's been 20 years. And those buildings are gone. Yep. That video I'm talking about, I'll share the video if I may. Let's see here. Playlist, paramedicine. I need to change the title of that to military as well. And here we go. Let's see if I can share that, and I'll scroll forward. Show you that helicopter part. Yeah, so, whoa, there it goes. It's towards the end here. For whatever reason, he wanted to do that, and he asked me if he could do that. I was actually assigned that task, but in the civilian world, I had plenty of opportunities to call helicopters and arrange helicopter transport. I was more than willing to let Doc Alonso experience that. And he handed me his little digital camera that he had and asked me if I could take some pictures for him. So I said, sure, not a problem. I didn't realize, but somebody was on a rooftop videoing us of the helicopter coming in and landing, and us taking First Sergeant out to the helicopter, and me kneeling into the dirt with his camera and taking pictures from a distance.
So there I am on the far left, kneeling down. Doc Alonso and others are carrying First Sergeant into the helicopter.
And First Sergeant was actually fine. He had some pretty significant laceration on his left shoulder blade and then on his left calf.
All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Take care, as you were.
Let me tell this crazy story that I
encountered
back in 2000. It was somewhere between 2000 2004.
What was
That's
this
when
titled?
I worked in Central California.
Oh, this is a pediatric call.
In the San Joaquin Valley is the agricultural mecca of California, if you're not familiar, already familiar. A small rural town called Delano, California. Relatively small, 30,000 people. A lot of Hispanic workers and Filipino, mostly Filipino and Hispanic. So it was a mom and pop owned business, ambulance company. We're right smack in the middle of almond orchards, orange orchards, and grape vineyards, all around. You know, it's an agricultural mecca, 300 miles long and 100 miles wide.
It's actually 50 miles wide, but
and it's
that was
very
my guess.
common. You know, every time we respond to a call, we end up out of the city real quick because it's a very small town. There's only one road going through the town. There's a stoplight, a couple of stoplights, and there's a I-99, the interstate going north-south, right next to the company. There's actually a chain link fence between the city street and the interstate. But this one was out in the orange orchards, and it was east. So we start driving, and usually, you know, once we see on the map where it's going to be, we already know it's going to be 30 minutes before we get there. Many times we're out in the middle of nowhere, and cell phone signals are very weak. The 800 megahertz radio is hardly working, and you're pretty much on your own sometimes as far as communication. So we're responding out into the orange groves, and it was a motor vehicle accident. Fire department's usually on scene way ahead of us because there's more fire departments, you know, than there are paramedic ambulances companies. And sure enough, we arrive. I'm going to say we got there in, 30 minutes or less or something. So we get there, and it was an intersection, uncontrolled intersection, no stop signs either way, going, this way or this way. And what I see is like a stake bed truck, flatbed truck with the wood railings on the side. And it's a produce truck. They use it for produce. And it happened to be probably filled with oranges, crates of oranges. And there was another smaller car that collided with each other at an intersection. It's one of those, somebody didn't slow down to see if anybody was coming, and they both barreled through the intersection. And this giant stake bed, I'm going to say it was like an F-350 or something, obviously won the battle. And the small car was, I don't remember what it was, but I'm going to say it was like a Toyota or a two-door Honda or something. And a female was driving the small car, and a guy was driving the truck, and he was unhurt, and there was produce everywhere on the road. Both vehicles are damaged, but the small car is the obvious one that's stopped dead in the middle of the intersection, and it's got front end damage beyond front end damage. The bumper's up against the firewall, and there's a person in the driver's seat, and it's a female, and she looks in a real bad way. She's entrapped, and didn't my first initial guesstimate was she was dead on scene, but it had just happened, or relatively speaking, it had just happened, and she was still warm. So the firefighters were asking me, what do you want to do? And I said, let's get her out. and we'll go from there and see if, if she's viable or if there's anything. So I remember them putting a yellow blanket, just something over her to try to protect her while they start tearing apart the car. Removing the windshield, the door. They have fun playing with their toys and disassembling a vehicle to access a patient. Meanwhile, a firefighter's tapping me on the shoulder, and he's like, "I think you need to take a look at the back seat." And I'm looking in the back seat, and I see a car seat, a child, an infant car seat. And I said, "Okay." And they're like, "But we haven't found any child." And I said, "Okay." I noted that. And they said, "We're looking, but we've been looking before you got here, and we haven't found anything. We've looked in the car, we've looked around the car. So as far as whether or not there was even anything in there in the first place, we don't know. But we're going to assume there was until otherwise." So I noted that, and meanwhile, the noise is starting to elevate, and their hydraulics and their tools and their cutting, starting to tear this car apart. And I go wandering around to the passenger side, and I realize, okay, there's really nobody here, no other patients other than the driver of the stake bed and the driver of this small car, and a possible infant somewhere. But in the meantime, we've got an entrapped patient, and that appears to be really the only patient. So I go wandering around to the passenger side, and I just want to make sure, they didn't miss anything. I'm looking under the vehicle, don't see anything. I look in the driver's side. The dashboard is really deformed, and it's come in, like I said, it's come into the driver's space. The steering wheel is literally through this lady, and pinned her against her seat. And, I won't go into detail. You can imagine. I'm, you can't even see down in the footwell. It's that collapsed. And I'm at the passenger side. So I look in the back seat, and I'm looking underneath the, I think I looked underneath the driver's seat in the back, and then I went around to the passenger side, and I looked underneath the passenger seat from the back. Didn't see anything there. I'm looking in the back seat again. You're just trying to put things together. Where else could this child be? Was it ejected? That's probably the most likely case, that it left the vehicle and it's outside somewhere. Well, I'm about to concede that, the car's clear, and I'm going to go look elsewhere and wait for this lady to be extricated. And I was kneeling in the passenger seat, and there's glass, everywhere. And I step back onto my feet. And right as I turned to walk away from the car, my left eye caught something down on this small little hole that was still visible down to the floor, into the footwell. And I saw it, and it was a sock. It was a little white sock. So the first thing I, keyed in on was that's a baby sock. And it was white. And I got down on my hands and knees onto the asphalt, and I looked into this hole, and lo and behold, it was a foot. And I put my hand in the hole, and I grabbed it, and I realized, oh my Lord, I've got an infant in my hand. I grabbed its foot, and I was able to, extricate the extremities and the torso out this hole. And, the infant was unconscious, and she was cyanotic, blue everywhere, and, not breathing. And I walked around with it over around the other side of the car, and the gurney was already out. So I went ahead and put the child on this gurney, and I started my assessment, and it wasn't breathing. So I had somebody breathe for me, a little pediatric ambu bag, and started an ambu bag, by the way, to those that aren't familiar. It's just basically that big bellow. You've probably seen it on TV. It's a big bellow oval shaped bag that you squeeze. It's got air in it, and you attach it to oxygen. You ventilate with this bag. It's called an ambu bag. We're ventilating, the best we can, and I know I need to put a tube into the child's trachea. That's the best treatment for a non-breathing patient, whether it's a child, a baby, or an adult, is to put a breathing tube down into the mouth, down into the trachea, and it's just shy of the lungs. And then you inflate a balloon with a syringe, and then you attach the ambu bag to that tube, and you can breathe directly into their lungs and expand their chest that way. So I end up being successful intubating this child. We find out it does have a heartbeat. So we're not doing CPR, we're just ventilating it. And then we're trying to get an IV established. We're trying to access its vein in case we need to give medications. Well, we're having a hard time, which is very common for pediatrics, to start an IV in a infant that small. So we have what we call an intraosseous needle, which goes directly into the bone, say the lower leg, just below the knee, and into the tibia plateau, it's called. It's a flat part of the tibia bone, the lower leg bone. And you literally screw a needle into the middle of the bone, into the marrow, and then you secure it onto the leg, and you attach an IV right to that, and you can drip fluid and medication into the bone, into the marrow of a bone, of an infant's bone. So we got that established, and it had, like I said, it had a heartbeat and it had a pulse, but it wasn't breathing, and we don't know how long, it wasn't breathing. And firefighter asked me if, I wanted a helicopter, and we're out in the middle of Timbuktu. So the answer is, yeah, get a helicopter coming. We are probably an hour away from a trauma center, and we're 30 minutes plus back to the town of Delano. So helicopter's been dispatched and it's on its way. Well, meanwhile, the mother is freed, and we determined pretty much that she was DRT. You're familiar with the DRT? It's pun thrown into a bad scene, but it's dead right there. And she was. And so we went ahead and just called her there literally in her driver's seat. So we pronounced the mom, and now we've got what looked like maybe a viable, pediatric. And the helicopter eventually came. It's a hurry up and wait, a long wait when you got a critical patient like that. But you have to kind of decide, do you cut butt for the hut? Do you run with the patient and go to a hospital? Or is it going to be quicker if you wait for the helicopter and get them in the bird, and then, it's a short transport, relatively speaking, for them. So we waited for the helicopter, and I remember the helicopter arrives, and there's a paramedic on the helicopter, and he comes over and asks me, what happened, and I basically tell him an abbreviated version of the story I just told you. And we handed it off to him, and he took the pediatric away. Sometimes we do get a follow-up from the helicopter crew. It's either a thank you letter or a FYI, this is how the patient did or didn't do. But I don't remember what happened to that child. But yeah, what a chance, right? Firefighters didn't see it. Police officers that were on scene didn't see it, didn't find it. And I just happened to spend a little bit more time, I guess, in the vehicle. Yeah, I saw that little white sock. All right, guys.
Alrighty. I don't know. It looks like we got 0 people watching at the moment. In the event there were people watching, that was just another memory of a call I had in Delano, California. That was just prior to me being deployed to Iraq. I worked in Delano from 2000 to 2004. So it was somewhere in between there. If you can still hear me. What happened? My camera. Where did it go? Oh, did I lose my battery? Yeah, I think I did. All right. In that case, until I replace my battery, let's get on the webcam over here. There we go. All right, where's my battery? Down here in the camera. I actually was successful at charging both batteries last night, so I'll have another 2.5 hours thereabouts time on this camera. Let's see if that works. Let's see. And poof! Well, without it being focused. There we go. Good to go? Alrighty. Well, who's out there besides Girl in the Mirror? I know she's hanging out in the background. Moore, are you still out there? Matt had to go. Chris, how about you? What's up, brother? How's the wife? I'm sorry, you have children? Don't know if I ever asked you that. How's the family? How's the food? Anybody? Anybody still there? Test, test, test. I'm driving with it, bro. Thanks. Oh, how cool. Excuse me. Righty. Anybody else? You out there? Hello, hello. Where'd you guys go? Sorry about my crunching here. Paul, Toady, you still there? Chris, where'd you go? Aha, we got 2 people. Come back. Come on in. Come on in. It's like I lost my following there for a bit. Come on in, guys. Don't be scared. I don't bite unless you get too close. Joke. DRT, dead right there. That's pretty blunt, no? Maybe. I'm sorry, my son was talking to me. Squeamish, faint around wounds, any advice? Were you listening to me? Any advice? No, actually, there's, it's funny you mentioned that because I have, yeah, actually, I guess I could give you some advice as far as whether or not you can take advantage of it. It's up to you, but well, thanks, Phobos, wherever you're coming in from. Hit the like icon there, the thumbs up. The least I can ask. That'll help get my channel out in front of more people. But I was just watching, and I subscribe to military channels, etc., watching YouTube videos. And in particular, I was watching Black Rifle Coffee Company, BRCC. I subscribe, or hold on one second. Give me a second. I'll try down here. Give me 1 second, Phobos. I got my son's struggling to remember a password. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Oklahoma City, is that where you are? You said? I have actually, I don't think anybody lives in Bartlesville anymore, but I had my cousins, my aunt and uncle. My uncle is originally from Bartlesville. Yeah, Black Rifle Coffee. Dang, thanks, Dang, for coming in. Anyhow, yeah, being in the medical field myself and watching videos of the way that injuries, traumatic injuries, particularly, although it doesn't have to be trauma, but what goes along with medicine, all the blood and the fluids, and I mean, you fill in the blank. That's what human beings do. We vomit, we poop, we piss, we bleed, we cry. What other fluids they're missing? All kinds of things come out of human bodies, and it's not for everybody. Some people deal with things differently, or like, for instance, my wife's a nurse, and she can deal with pretty much anything, but when it comes to poop, she's got this hang up about it. She's like, it's just, not that's her worst. So anyhow, on that note, it's not just that affects, these guys coming back from, from experiencing that kind of stuff. Yes, it's very common. I'll tell you stories about people fainting while watching videos. Yeah, it's very common. Yeah. So anyhow, and whether it's true or not, I'm just going to tell you what I remember hearing when I first started in emergency medicine. My preceptor, my teacher, basically, used to tell me that less than 2% of the population, can do what we do because of, these types of responses from people. And then some, you fill in the blank, however people respond. And I remember watching a Black Rifle Coffee video. Speaking of, if I could plug in their channel, they put out recently put out one in particular, and I found another one, pretty recent videos, and they're outstanding. They cover a Marine platoon sweeping through Fallujah Part 2. The second time they went through Fallujah in the years that I was there. I wasn't in Fallujah in Iraq in 2004, 2005. And this, I don't know what battalion it was, but one of the platoons was tasked to sweep through the city, and that was 20 years ago, 2004. It's 2024 now. Those guys reunited, and Black Rifle did a movie on them, and it is, again, phenomenal. Really, really good. First-hand accounts, the interview with the guys, and of course, a lot of it is, having, I don't know if they're actual, videos of them doing the operation or not, but the way they did it was very good to depict the storyline. And the biggest thing, or one of the biggest things I see with these types of videos, is the way that the trauma affected people. And you always hear, it'll stay with me for the rest of my life, and comments such as that. And that's what I find people have the most problem with, is what they saw, the death and dying that they experienced of their friend or their teammate. The vision that they had of them prior to them taking their last breath. They go into details to what they saw and what it was like, and they're visibly, you can tell they're scarred for life because of it. And yet I did that for a living, and I'm not bragging, but I'm just telling you that's an example of, some people can deal with that, but 98% of them, I'm going to just use that number because of the 2% I was told, don't. And it's horrible for them, and they don't forget those things. Where I started this channel originally to talk about my experiences, and because that's what I did for a living, and it was a rush to do it. And to say that I didn't shed tears in my 20 odd years, I'd be lying, but there's some people can do it. A small portion of the people can do it. The majority don't deal with that kind of stuff. So if I were to give advice, and I thought about this when I watched these movies, is, no wonder they're suffering the way they're suffering. Is because they're not trained to deal with this type of stuff. They're not educated. They don't have a clue what is going on. But they're not supposed to know, because that's not their job. They've got a skill set that is completely different than dealing with medicine and how to deal with all of this that I worked with, on a daily basis. And so my advice is, if you're having problems with that, educate yourself. Take classes. Whether you're going to do it for a living or not, it's okay. Take some basic life support classes. Enroll yourself in CPR. Do basic first aid. Do a wilderness first aid class. They're out there. They're out there, and you can enroll yourself in it. Pay a little bit of money to have some instructors. Take you through a course, or class in a classroom or outside, wherever it is, and educate yourself on what you are and how your body works and why it does what it does and what it looks like when it's sick. That would be the best advice I could give. It's almost like, I think that should be a requirement for all soldiers, whether they're behind a desk or they're carrying an M16 in their hand. Yeah, well, there are, like I said, wilderness first aid is a good class. You can take other first aid classes that are more advanced, or intermediate, without having to take an EMT school. Go enrolling yourself in EMT school. EMT school is basic first aid. It really is. It's called basic life support. I shouldn't say first aid, but it's called BLS, basic life support. But yeah, they do go into a little more, and there is more requirements, to pass that class. But, and I guess they do teach basic first aid to, these soldiers. They carry the first aid kits. They call them FAK, PAKs, FAK, first aid kit. So they teach them how to use, what's in that first aid kit. But they truly need more than that. If they're not going to carry something, with them for the rest of their life, and have, and their expressions of what the person, was exhibiting are usually so far from what is actually happening. They just don't know how to express themselves. They really don't know what's going on with the person. But what comes out of their mouth is what you hear in Hollywood and what you hear in the media, but they're so far from the truth. It's just not, but in their mind, they don't know how to express themselves. So they just say what they see, and I think if they had more in-depth knowledge to what was going on here, and it's going to bring me to another aspect of that. Yeah, cops have it. They're trained. As a matter of fact, don't quote me on this, but if I'm not, it wouldn't surprise me. I think I heard that police officers now are required to take EMT basic. I don't know that for sure, but that was, I think I remember hearing that, and I was like, that would be perfect. It just exposes them to more, and it gives it you know what it does? It puts them more in control than what they already are. They already know their job, and you know they're experts at it. But to even further increase their resume, expand their skill set, to make them more comfortable on scene, so they're not so lost, so they're not putting tourniquets on every gunshot wound to an extremity. Oh my gosh, I go berserk seeing videos of that. I've already got a tourniquet on that extremity. It's like, what in the world do you get a tourniquet on its extremity for? He's only got a bullet going through it. You know, and to you, if you don't already know, you know, what's wrong with that picture? Why don't you want to put a tourniquet just because there's a bullet going through its extremity, whether it's an arm or a leg? You know, it's like, there's indications for a tourniquet, and most of the time, the indications aren't there, but they put one on there, put one on anyways. And it's like, so what's the difference? Because you can kill an extremity. It's like, yeah, it's got a bullet hole going through it, but why don't you put a tourniquet on it and then see what it looks like when it gets to the OR or to the emergency room? Now that you've deprived the extremity from oxygen completely with that tourniquet on it, you know, it's usually not indicated. But even in the military, I experienced that as well. They give tourniquets to you know, the soldiers, and they teach them properly, but it goes by the wayside when they're put in that position to actually do something. Why? Because they're full of adrenaline, and they lost the whole concept of what the indication was and what it looks like and why they're doing what they're doing. But it's usually adrenaline that makes people do things, you know, incorrectly, because they're so hyped up they just can't think straight. So anyways, that would be my advice. Expose yourself to it. That's what I did. It was the reason why I got into emergency medicine. It's because I didn't like feeling out of control in those rare instances that I would walk up to some crowd all gathered around at a mall or outside on the street or at a street corner at a motor vehicle accident, and everybody's standing around watching. We call them looky-loos. You know, that's what we call them in the field now that I've, you know, been through it. And everybody's just sitting there staring. And if there's even one person attending the person that's down, because nobody knows what to do, they're not comfortable. And so I was like, you know what? That was me. I'm one of those sheep, and I don't want to be anymore. I want to know what to do. And so I just happened to find myself in a position where I was helping a lady, actually flirting with this girl at work. And she was going through nursing school, and she was doing her flashcards, you know, reading the front of it and then looking at the answer on the back. And I was eating lunch with her, and she was going through these flashcards, and I asked her about them. Come to find out she was in nursing school. I was like, whoa, that's cool. I'll help you. What do you need help with? You know? So I would test her on her flashcards. And after doing that, I was like, this is cool. I like this medical terminology, and I'm learning something. And I realized this is directly applicable to my desire to want to do something about, you know, being uncomfortable. And then the rest is history. I enrolled myself, you know, in an EMT class, and then, yeah, 4 years later, I went back to school, got my paramedic license. So speaking of amputations, I've been in prosthetics, worked really injured, disabled people, and it doesn't affect me. It's only flesh wounds and blood. Yeah. Oh, speaking of, let's go back to the from watching a video. I even do try to watch it, but real life wounds, I start saying black immediately. Ain't that something? Oh my gosh. You work with basically orthopedics in a peripheral way, And orthopedics can be pretty brutal if you haven't already experienced, orthopedic medicine. Ching, ching, ching. It was like construction work on a human, literally. But that would be pretty bizarre. I've experienced just little bits of that in the ER, resetting dislocations and fractures and treating fractures and things like that, but never in the actually orthopedic surgery. I hear that can be pretty brutal. But on that note of passing out, from seeing blood, I was going through EMT school. What was I doing? Actually, no. I was doing my ER time ride-alongs, they call it an ER ride-along, emergency room ride-along, for paramedic school. I had to log so many hours in the ER, doing ride-alongs in the ER, particularly in the trauma room. So whenever there was a trauma that came in, I had to assert myself, go in there and observe, and then I had to keep a record, of how much time I spent and what the call was and so on. And that went towards my credits. And we had an EMT student, a couple of EMT students doing a ride along the same night. And one guy, I remember he was super tall. He was like 6'3" or 4 or something, young guy. And he was tasked with, logging some ride along time in the ER as a basic EMT. And so I stepped aside. It's like encouraging him, come on, there's another one coming in, let's get in there. So we both go in there, and he's standing up against the glass, the glass window or the glass wall, whatever. And I'm standing, and we're observing. They bring the patient in, some ambulance crew transfer them over to the trauma table, and then they begin their work on this person. And this person had an open tib-fib fracture. It's a tibia fibula. That's the lower bones in the lower leg, as you know. And it was, an exposed compound fracture where the bone was, protruding through the skin. And it was a great anatomy, like visual, from what you learn in class and what you see in the books. And this was like, you could see, the different layers of the skin, and you're learning about dermis and epidermis and sub-Q and, all that. And it's like perfect. It's like, oh, dude, check this out. And all of a sudden I look back at him, and the nurse is like, he's fallen, somebody get him. And everybody's like, wow, we all went on him. And this big old tall kid's like, whoa. And he slides down. Everyone's holding him. And thank God we got a hold of him. And he just dropped like a noodle on the linoleum floor. And then now it's like, oh my gosh, now we got 2 patients. And they quickly got a bed from outside, and we literally 4-pointed him out the door and put him up on this bed. And as soon as we laid him down flat and kept him that way and elevated his feet, he all of a sudden regained consciousness. His skin's dried up, and the color came back and got nice and pink like mine is right now. And he's like, whoa, what happened? We're just like, dude. I'm thinking, maybe this ain't for you. But it's not uncommon. People do that. And I've given classes to a high school during graduation time. And I went around as a paramedic giving a video presentation. You may have, if you're from the US, you may remember this. I think it's called Code Red, might be the name of the video. They show it in classrooms usually towards the end of the year for senior classes, 12th graders, about to graduate, because, they're driving and they're going to go out partying after graduation and all that. So I was tasked with going to a high school and giving this video. And sure enough, one of the students, like right in the middle of the classroom, I'm in the back watching the movie. And all of a sudden, you can tell students are like, oh my gosh. And this guy he slides out of his seat, and dun, 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 down to the ground he went. And then we had to stop the video and turn the lights on, and I go over there, and the teacher's trying to maintain her composure, and everybody's clearing away, and then I had to, figure out, okay, did they pass out from the video, or do they have an underlying medical problem? You can't miss that. Don't get tunnel vision. It's like more than likely the video, because that's what we were just doing. But is he a diabetic? Does he have seizures? There's a mnemonic that we run through our head. You get used to it after a while, and I'm gonna see if I can recall. It's called AEIOU tips is the mnemonic that we remember. The vowels, the AEIOU, and then the word tips, TIPS. And those are all indicators, possible indications of an altered level of consciousness. Why did that person pass out? Number one is alcohol. Well, more than likely not alcohol, unless exactly right. Unless the senior was drinking on its break, his break, between classes. More than likely not. You can usually smell that, see it, so on. E is epilepsy. That's seizures. I is infection. That's usually a way late thing. If you don't take care of an infection, the infection ends up infecting your bloodstream, and it can cause and go to your brain, and you can act in all kinds of strange ways when there's an infection involved. No, it's both. I'll get there. I'm just giving all the definitions of all those letters, AEIOU and tips. And then I is infection, and then O is overdose. AEIO, overdose. Narcotic overdose can cause dilated pupils, altered level of consciousness, and apnea. That's no breathing. Takes away your respiratory drive. That's what narcotics do. But AEIOU. U is uremia. That's another, usually elderly people that are confined to nursing homes. Usually starts, if I'm not mistaken, in the urine. They end up, they're catheterized or they're bedridden, and they're, anyways, I forget exactly what uremia is. You can look that up. And then AEIOU tips. T is trauma. Trauma to the head, particularly, can cause an altered level of consciousness. Now, this person who slipped out of his chair, I don't remember if he whacked his head on the floor, but that's trauma. That's secondary trauma. We always have to consider that when walking into a house and we find somebody unconscious on the floor, and all of a sudden you look around them and you can see a blood stain on the corner of the counter. So we always got to ask, did they pass out and then hit their head? Or did they trip and fall, strike their head on the corner of that counter, and that knocked them out, and now they're on the floor? You see the difference? You're treating two different things. One, you're treating trauma to the head. The other one, you're treating what made them fall. Did they pass out? Why did they pass out? Were they drunk? Did they have an infection in their brain? Did they have a tumor in their brain? That caused them to lose consciousness. Were they a diabetic and their blood sugar's low? Et cetera, et cetera. So anyways, so that's T is trauma. And then the next I is, yeah, it is. It's great. That is EMT school. I'm questioning EMT school. That's where I learned that. I believe it is. The other I, what's the other I? First one's infection. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna pass it and come back to it. P is psychosis. That's usually a mental illness of some sort. That can cause an altered, a level of consciousness. The behavior especially. Why are they acting this way? Why are they acting bizarre and not making any sense? Because they're non-compliant with their psychiatric medication, or maybe they're, whatever. whatever the case is for psychiatric problems. That's the P. I'll get back to the other I. And then S is stroke. That's a bleed. There's usually 3 different mechanisms of a stroke, and that is there's a bleed, or there's an occlusion of an artery in the brain. Okay, that's a clot, or there's like a tumor that is pushing against a artery or a vein and decreasing the blood flow through the brain. You can see, like, if you have an egg-sized tumor in your brain and it's pushing against a vessel, that can cause an occlusion and pressure against you see, so you can have a rupture of a vessel that's active bleeding inside the cranial cavity. And then there's what did I say? There's a clot, where the blood is some kind of detached piece of material or thickening of the blood, some kind of a clot is inside the vein, and all of a sudden now is lodged inside the vein and decreases the circulation in that particular vessel. And then there's the tumor pushing against the vessel, right? So, did that happen before they fell and struck their head on the corner that caused their trauma, the laceration to their scalp and their unconsciousness on the floor? So if you don't know, then you take precautions as if all of the above has happened. And so you do a cervical, immobilization, put a cervical collar on them, and you put them on a backboard, and you protect their spine, because who knows? It's just basic EMT stuff. You got to know your BLS before you can do your ALS. So yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. So do people need to be trained that much? Maybe not, but the more medical knowledge that you can outfit yourself with, and then when your buddy gets shot, or even if it's not even, something like that, maybe they just fell on the end of their M16 and their butt lacerated, the barrel of the M16, lacerated and opened up their face. I'm actually telling an actual call when I was in Iraq. Some Marine admitted himself into the BAS, that's the battle aid station, otherwise known as the ER, with this big old laceration to the side of his eye. What in the world happened to you? He's bleeding like a pig. It's like, I tripped and fell on the end of my rifle. It's like, imagine that, So yeah, not all injuries come from, what the media depicts that soldiers go through. That's more often the case out in the field. The lumps, bumps, and bruises that these Marines do to themselves just by walking on patrol in the dark over uneven terrain, tripping and falling, breaking, spraining, lacerating themselves. Yeah, okay. I probably need to learn some blood chemistry. I don't know much about it. I don't even know AB, positive, negative, whatever, all that. I don't know. You don't need to know that. You might have, something on you that tells what kind of blood type you are, in the event that, you're in the emergency room and you need some blood, and what's your blood type? They make bracelets for that. You don't have to be a diabetic to wear a bracelet or a necklace or whatever. Some people get tattoos, AB positive, O negative, O positive. But you don't need to do that. I think I'm O positive. I actually got it on my military ID. That's one of the things that's required. It's Geneva Conventions card that I carry, or I carried as a corpsman or medic. Like a lot of good that card's going to do when I'm taken prisoner. That's actually what the card originated or was developed for. It actually has the date of the when that was put into effect. I think it was 1943 something, and it's a Geneva Conventions card that is, in the event you're taken prisoner, what the Geneva Convention says how you should be treated at the minimum. Bread and water. It literally tells that, and that's like, really? Like ISIS is going to care? What the heck did my Geneva Conventions card says? That was old school, but they still issue it, and I was given one. Paul, you're back. You're still here. I'm sorry, I'm talking at the same time and trying to make heads or tails of what you guys are saying and anybody else that comes in the room. I'm so used to staring so that I can see my face in this manner on the video, where I could probably be staring at the chat room while I'm talking and just kind of do this. So you'll see this side of me instead of that side of me. But this way I'm looking at the room, and that way I can keep up on what you guys are saying, or at least try. So yeah, there was many instances, I mean, throughout my career where when I would come across, an altered level of consciousness of any kind, whether the person's awake or not awake, you unconscious is even harder, to figure out what caused them to be unconscious, because they're not talking anymore and they're not awake. And awake people are usually easier. You can ask them questions and interview them, but when they're not able to answer you clearly, then it can be a little more. But you learn not to get stuck on that. You just keep moving. It's like, okay, just take precautions, do the standard altered level of consciousness protocol, and then worry about the details later. Because for us in the field, there's really not a whole lot we can do out in the field. There really isn't. Most people don't realize that. The media paints a different picture. They paint the picture that we save lives, and it's like, really? When was the last time I actually saved a life? That's the exception. The big exception. Do we make a difference? That's the what's the other word? Not the exception, but the rule is we make a difference more than we save lives. Saving a life, like really bringing somebody, like as if we weren't there, they would have died, and then we took them from not breathing or no heartbeat to having respirations and having a heartbeat by the time we deliver them to the ER. We call that a save, but the chances that we get it to do that are very rare. Yeah, that's the media, though. That's what they're looking for. It makes a story. Most cardiac arrests die. So, but you don't hear that. That's literally no heartbeat. If they don't have a heartbeat, they're not breathing, but not the other way around. You can be not breathing and still have a heartbeat. But if you let the no breathing without treating it, it'll eventually stop the heart. But that's why you don't have to do CPR just because somebody's not breathing, because they could still have a heartbeat. If they do, leave it alone. Breathe for them. I'm squeezing my hand for that ambu bag, that device that we use with a mask on the end or otherwise, and help breathe for somebody. But yeah, so anyhow, yeah, it's cool stuff when you start learning the truth behind medicine. And I can, I ran into some issues out in the field when I brought my civilian experience into the military, at an older age. I was 37 years old when I joined the military. So the spoon that fed me was the civilian world. It wasn't the military. And I I clashed a little bit with that because, to them, I was a new guy. But then again, I had, usually, a lot more experience than they did, because I did it for a living on a daily basis, where they're working on a base, and they're not working in the public, and running calls from house to house and responding to 911 calls. They're on a base or in a hospital, and they're getting patients from me. That's, it's like my wife got patients from me if she worked in the ER. But if you're not in a hospital and in the emergency room, you don't even get to experience that. You're on a floor working patients after they are in the ER and admitted to a floor, and their problems or emergencies are already taken care of. And now you're there to just monitor them and treat them until they get better so that you can release them home. So those on the military base, aren't typically running around in an ambulance responding to 911 calls. So I brought that skill set into the military, and that's why they hired me, or that's why they took me, because they don't have to put me through school. They don't have to pay for me to go through paramedic school or corpsman school. I already had those prerequisites, and that's why they brought me in at a higher rate, as a new guy in the military. So anyways, but as far as, saluting and knowing who to salute and how to wear my uniform, I had to learn all that. I didn't know what I was doing. So they put you through basic military requirements and school and boot camp. Yes, I went through boot camp at 37 years old. And yeah, so what was my point? Was even those in the military, didn't necessarily have the experience, because if they're training in the event they're deployed, whether it's a war or if it's just a deployment, to somewhere else in the world. Hold on with that question real quick. And wherever there's people, there's a need for medical support, whether you're at a war or you're not. If you're just in a country and providing peacekeeping support, to some nation, there's people there. So wherever there's people, there's a potential that someone's going to get sick or injured or whatever. So you need medical support. And so that's how the military gets experience, by being deployed. Or if they're not deployed, they're just sitting stagnant on the base. And the people on the base are military personnel, and they're human beings, and they'd come up with illnesses and injuries, but they're not really able to practice as myself, as a paramedic, when I was a paramedic. I don't get to perform at the level that I'm trained at when I'm just sitting stagnant on a base, waiting for people to come to me, with lumps, bumps, and bruises, or coughs and sicknesses and illnesses. That's what I did over in Iraq. I sat around 7 months. Sitting around sucks. And it's unfortunate, because that means you're doing okay if I'm doing nothing. But for me, I'm bored as snot. In the middle of the desert, next to the Euphrates River, with nothing to do for 7 months, It was the most boring camp out of my life. It was interrupted by moments of chaos, people shooting mortars and rockets and hitting near our base and causing all kinds of pissed off Marines and Navy corpsmen just trying to do their job. Yeah, it's truth. So yeah, I rub my hands together for you guys to get sick or injured. That's morbid, but it's what I do. So you can see how the difference between how I handle what I see at war, as opposed to somebody an infantryman, that sees their buddy get blown up by an IED or their limbs blown off or a bullet or whatever, or maybe even just falling on the barrel of their M16 and lacerating their face. It's going to make some people pass out, and lose consciousness as well as them. So, I always ask myself, is this really affecting me? And I just don't know it. And I'm going to say, no. That's what I strive for. I don't want you to get blown up. But if you do, you're going to be in good hands. Am I really going to be able to do anything for you? Not really, but I'm not going to tell them that. Just the fact that I'm there makes all the difference, usually for somebody. All I'm going to do is give you the fastest either transport by ground or by air to get you to care that's going to actually help you survive at an operating room at a hospital, not in the back of my ambulance. You're not going to. Here's another aspect of medicine a lot of people just don't know is I've done videos on this. It takes a lot. It really does. It either takes luck or a lot to kill somebody by trauma, with trauma. And people don't realize that. God, that doesn't sound right. Hollywood doesn't paint that picture. No, really. You can put a bullet through your head and survive. Are you going to live a productive life? Maybe not. But are you going to die from it? Shoot, I responded to a guy who put a 38 in his mouth and blew out the back of his head. And he was breathing when we got there. And he's had a heart rate and had a heartbeat. Was he going to live productively? No, he didn't. But he survived the gunshot. So if you want to kill yourself, putting a bullet through your head isn't necessarily the best way. Because you might just end up on life support in the ICU, intensive care unit, until your family makes a decision to stop. Yeah, it doesn't, it's connected, yes, to the rest of your body, but, it doesn't stop your heart right away. Now, on that note, if you put a bullet through somebody's heart, that's going to kill them. But what are the chances that somebody shooting at you is literally able to have the technology to zoom in that close and hit your heart inside your chest? Sure, you can do it, but that's not the rule. You can put a bullet through somebody's, as you know, through their arm, through their shoulder, through their stomach. You can hit them in the pelvis. You can chop off their leg, you can chop off their arm. People survive. It takes a lot to kill somebody with trauma or luck. And so, yeah, chest hits, people survive that all the time. Unless they hit an artery in the dead center of your chest, it's your aorta, or your vena cava, they call it, branching off your aorta into your neck, branches off into your neck, or branches off at your pelvis to your legs. You hit that aorta, you're going to die. There's not a whole lot you can do about that unless you're right there in the OR and they can split your chest open or your thorax open and intervene right away. But an arterial bleed that big, that's the largest aorta, the largest artery in your body, you're not going to survive that. You bleed out way too fast. It's just a matter of time before you lose your life from that. But unless you hit that, if you hit somebody in the chest, it gives you a pneumothorax, meaning it puts a hole in your lung, and it might just go through and through, or it lodges itself in there. Causes all kind of tissue damage, but it just blows a hole in your lung. Now you get a leak in your balloon. So the cure for that is plug up the hole. And then there's surgery involved, and other care to help heal that hole in your lung and then keep it inflated so it doesn't collapse. But, I've been there, done that. I've decompressed people's chest. I didn't have what the hospital has, a much smaller needle, but I've decompressed people in the upper, right below the clavicle, between the second and third rib, or it's a third and fourth rib, and then in the axilla, between the seventh and eighth rib, that's called mid-axillary. Mid-axillary, that's your armpit, your axilla. So right in the middle of that, counting the ribs down between the seventh and eighth rib, you decompress either one of those two places. And you're letting air out of the tissue space, not the lung. You're letting air out of the space outside of the lung so that doesn't put pressure on the lung and collapse it. So you got to get rid of that air outside of the lung, so the lung now has room to expand. And anyways, going into detail, so you can put a hole through somebody's chest, and that isn't necessarily going to kill them. But it's definitely going to make them an unhappy camper, if you put a round through somebody's chest. Been there, seen that. This one guy, it ended his life because he hit it. It either hit an artery or it hit his aorta, because his lungs filled up with blood faster than I could get it out of his lungs. And he filled up. I was on my second canister. It's 1,000 cc canister inside the ambulance. That was actually a cool call and a good opportunity for me to practice what I was taught. And I decompressed him in the upper, it's either his left side, right below the clavicle, between the second and third rib, and then attached a suction tubing, low suction to that. And as soon as I did, I was like, I was getting blood return. And I was like, uh-oh. I was expecting air, like a hiss of air. That's usually what you're listening for. It's a shh. No. This was blood return immediately into the tubing. And I'm like, uh-oh. It's just like, and then the canister filled up. And I was like, I think we need another canister. Quick, get that other canister. And I called it in, and I remember the doc saying, after the fact, he's like, yeah, when you told me that, I was like, this is not good. He's hit an artery somewhere and was filling up his lung, cavity with blood. And it was pretty frank blood, meaning it was bright. So it was probably an artery. Yeah, and he didn't live. He was a young guy. He got shot by something, whatever round it was, hit him in the chest. Yeah. Yes, bullets matter. Yeah, as far as like what kind of round it is, sure. And the speed in which it's traveling and the size, and yeah, you'll learn all that in school. I would be reluctant to try to share accurate information because it's been a while. But ballistic injuries, you learn about ballistics period. Usually we had a police come in and give that class. That was his forte, was ballistics. So yeah, we had a police officer come in and gave a class in our paramedic school and gave I don't know if it was a couple days of ballistics and ballistic injuries, and the whole mechanism that different rounds cause, and what it does, and the cavitation that it causes. That's basically the expansion when the bullet travels. You've seen the videos, when they have those ballistic gel blocks, and they fire rounds through it, and they show it in slow-mo, and you see the cavitation. It literally is like a balloon. It just goes and expands when that bullet goes through the gel. It just goes and blows up like a balloon. But can you imagine that's your body tissue going and then closing in here? I'm doing it in the camera, and then closing in at the end and exiting out if it even exits out the body. It's cool to watch, but man, when you think about that actually happening in a body, that's what kills people, is the cavitation that it causes and the further trauma to the organs. You start ripping apart organs, and you're going to be in a bad way. Your liver, your spleen, your pancreas, your intestines. Blow all that apart, holy moly. They can fix that, intestines. They can take out your intestines, or at least part of them, and you can survive with parts of your intestines missing. Now you're wearing a colostomy bag on the exterior of your body to poop in instead of your butthole. It's the truth. It's not uncommon. People with colostomy bags. Bigger bullets and wounds make what? The heart bigger? I don't quite understand that. What do you mean the heart bigger? Oh, you mean the area in which you can strike? I would imagine, the more damage a bullet makes, you don't have to. Oh, to get a kill. Yeah, so the bigger the bullet wound, makes the heart bigger as far as okay, I understand. I guess you could put it that way, Again, even the heart, I've watched, I remember back in the day watching Emergency 911 with William Shatner, or whatever I think it was the show, that good old Captain, William Shatner there, Star Trek, hosted Emergency 911. Well, they did a dramatization of a construction worker. They were framing a house, and the guy had a nail gun, and he, tripped and caught himself from falling up on the second deck or something, and he fell against his nail gun, and it discharged, and it put a nail in his chest. And then he actually was able to go over to his coworker and say, "Bro, I just shot myself with a nail gun." And by the time within moments, he all of a sudden, the color in his face started changing, and what he did was he hit his heart. And instead of calling 911, he tried to transport him in his personal private car, and he only made it halfway before he ended up losing control and up on a curb and in a parking lot or something like that. And eventually called 911, and the ambulance gets there, and this guy's blue by this point and not breathing and doesn't have a heartbeat, and they ended up surviving. But the point was, unless that was a small injury, relatively small injury to the heart. But, unless it's something like that, as opposed to a bullet, blowing your heart apart or putting a devastating hole through your heart, unless you're at the OR where they can split open your chest and intervene at that moment, the chances of you surviving a bullet round through the heart is not gonna be the outcome's not gonna be well. No. Because the heart, if you don't have a heartbeat, how do you survive? There's no pump. There's no replacement for that except for chest compressions. But even then, again, the percentage of cardiac CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation survivals in the field, I mean, you can look it up, but no. Usually people don't survive. They're dying. And that's what that's what bodies do. They die. People don't like to accept that, but yeah, I don't understand the whole armor thing. It kind of seems pointless, but I guess I'm starting to understand more. It could perhaps protect the heart a little. Oh, absolutely. Hey, we did an armor, body armor. Is that what you're referring to? Body armor? Oh, those things work. It's gonna hurt, but we did a ballistics. Yeah, we did a body armor test in Iraq. It was not official, but we were bored. Somebody thought of it, and we're like, "Ooh, that sounds cool. Let's go out to the range and put some of this body armor to the test." That was interesting. So we had what we call at the time the glass pack body armor. It's literally some kind of a glass type material, whatever it's made out of, that slows, a bullet and literally shatters, absorbs the kinetic injury of a bullet and stops a bullet, before it penetrates into you. And that's what we had. That was the latest and greatest at the time. And, they weigh like 10 pounds a piece. You're wearing, and 2 of them in the front and 1 in the back. I think it's like 30 pounds altogether, 10 pounds a piece, something like that. Don't quote me on that, but it was heavy. And then the Iraqi National Guard, the INGs, had these, again, don't quote me. I think it was like 1/4-inch steel plates. Even the big caliber that are going to be used in war. Well, what caliber? The calibers that are used in war are usually 9mm, the pistol rounds, 38s, 45s. Then the rifle rounds are 5.56. That's the M16. The AK is 7.65, 7.65, 7.67. God, what are the number again? 7.61, whatever. And then, yeah, the 50 cal. But those things, are. They don't make body armor to stop, at least not body armor to stop a 50 cal. But no, more than likely you're going to get hit by one of those rounds that I mentioned before. And the body armor today is designed to stop those things. So anyways, so we set up some of our body armor. Absolutely. Well, I'm about to tell you about it. And depending on the distance, determines a lot as far as, the velocity. Did it reach its maximum velocity yet? But we only did like 75 feet, and we set up our body armor out of our own, somebody's or some extra vest, preferably somebody that's not using that. And then we put up the Iraqi little 1/4-inch, there we are, 1/4-inch steel plates. And we shot a 9mm round, we shot an M16 round, and we shot a AK-47 round. And the glass pack, our body armor, stopped at 9mm. Both of them did, no problem. Matter of fact, the steel plate, it just ricocheted off of it, bing, and left a little mark on it. Now, the unfortunate thing about these glass packs that we had is, even a 9mm round, yes, it stops it easily, but it's useless after it gets hit. It cracks, it shatters. So now you got to replace it. Where those 9mm plates, you reuse those. And even though they're heavier, we determined, you know what? These Iraqi quarter-inch plates are more effective than these glass packs that we're carrying, because then we shot a M16 round into the glass pack. It stopped it. It didn't penetrate it. It definitely didn't penetrate. It didn't even penetrate the backside of that quarter-inch steel plate, but it stopped it. Both of them did. But the AK-47, the 7.62 round, it went through and through this is again at 75 feet, through our body armor, and the steel plate, it stopped it. It penetrated the back of it, actually put a good sized indentation. It probably would have broke you, broke ribs and so on, but it didn't penetrate it. And we just said, it's conclusive. We'd be better off with the Iraqi quarter-inch plates than with ours. Yeah. It was pretty impressive. I mean, it was heavier, and but as far as stopping a round, it stopped all three of them. The steel plate did. Yep. And we're looking at each other going, what are we using these high-tech things for when we could just wear a couple extra pounds and wear a quarter-inch steel plate? So, but that's right from Iraq in 2004. We went out to our range and just set up, definitely not a, scientific quality test, but it was pretty simple. Put a stake in the ground, drape the vest over it, and shot some rounds into it, and then went and looked at it. Yeah, I think we were like, if I'm not mistaken, we would shoot the left side because that's one plate, the right side that's another plate, and then we'd turn it around and shoot the back, so we could shoot 3 rounds, and without having to replace the glass pack, every time. So this is pretty cool. We're kind of covering a little bit of everything as far as the subject matter that I typically talk about. It's emergency medicine, the military, and the Word of God. Yeah. Oh, and I'm going to end, let's see, what time is it? Well, it's still early. I still got an hour, but I'm actually going to take a break here in a second. I got to go use the bathroom and maybe get a snack and bring that back. But here to end or to further elaborate on death and dying, when we were talking about that, and preparing yourself for trauma, or the visual trauma from injuries. The other thing I was going to elaborate on, and I didn't get a chance to, was another thing I could recommend you do to prepare yourself. And it's kind of off on a tangent a little bit, but we're all going to die, and whether or not you are receptive to this, it's okay. But I'm gonna talk about it anyways. Is the other thing I'd recommend you do before you go out, and expose yourself to, maybe I'm referring to anybody that wants to join the military, and this doesn't apply just to military members. It applies to everybody. But since we were talking about it, I'm going to mention it. And the other thing I advise everybody to do, as a matter of fact, I just left a comment on a YouTube video last night on that Black Rifle Coffee video that I mentioned to those in the video, is Oh, one of the comments that one of the guys that were involved in this Fallujah 2 Part 2 in 2004 was one of the things he struggles with now 20 years later. Speaking of struggling with, death and dying and your teammates, dying in front of you and all that. He says, one of the things I struggle with is that I still struggle with is what I'm going to paraphrase what he said. You know what? Instead of trying to remember, I'm going to just read the comment that I left on that video, and that way I can tell you exactly what I said and what prompted me to comment. And this will sum up the whole thing the point I'm trying to get across here. Here it is. It's called War Pigs, Block to Block in Fallujah, Black Rifle Company. And the comment, actually I guess I left like 3 comments, is the comment, let's see, I'm trying to find it here, that the guy made is, how come it's not here? I've seen my first 2, but the third one, I could swear I put it in order of wow, I wonder if that comment was deleted. Probably. It wouldn't surprise me. Because, those that are, just like I can delete, any comments on my videos if I don't, want it there. And it could have been. But the subject matter was, I made another comment. Oh, by Otto. Yeah. But the other comment I made was same subject matter. It was the Word of God. I was using the Word of God in the comment. And so it wasn't like it was, yeah, I wonder. Because it isn't here. It might be, yeah, when it, I guess I've actually experienced this. When it sees any particular words and or length, it identifies it as spam, and then it automatically deletes it. It could have been because my comment's not here anymore. Yeah. I might have taken up too much space. Yeah. I actually wrote like a short novel. But in a sense, one of the other comments I made is that the question was, what could we have done differently? The one guy struggled with that, because he lost a teammate, and he struggled with, what could I have done differently that would have made a difference? And I said, simple, something the military doesn't teach. Share the gospel or the good news with your friends. And then I ended it with a scripture verse. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Mark chapter 8, verse 36, 37. On that note, every war that we have been involved in, the United States, since the Civil War, which is back in the 1800s, every war that we've been involved in, every war, you name a war, the gospel of Jesus Christ has been shared in theater, in the war theater, in every one of those wars. Yep. Civil War, World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, the Iraq War, Afghanistan War. The gospel of Jesus Christ has been shared and spread throughout the lands that we've had battles in. Yeah. No, it's just sharing the truth. It's like what I'm doing right now. I'm exposing people that have never heard, or that have always been curious to hear, or that don't want to hear the truth. As to whether or not they're going to accept it, that's up to them. But I tell everybody, God forbid that somebody leaves this earth without knowing the truth before they take their last breath. It's my job now to share the cure. It was shared with me and I accepted it. Here was part of the comment that I was listening to was, if a doctor had the cure for your cancer, for example, right? Would you reject it, or would you want him to share it with you? Obviously, the answer is obvious. So why do people reject the cure for their own death? I was given that opportunity when I was 15 years old, and I accepted it. Did I really understand it like I understand it now? No, I didn't. But 35 years later, 17 years ago, in 2007, I actually started studying it. And now for the last 17 years, I understand it. And now I can explain it and share it with people. Share what? Share the truth. And it's the cure for our death. It gives me an opportunity. It gives you another opportunity to live again after you take your last breath. But this time forever. We're not going to die like we do today. I don't know how that's going to be, but that's what's promised. Our Creator, the one that created me and you, promises that if you believe in Him and His only begotten Son, that you can have eternal life when you take your last breath and live forever with Him afterwards. And I thought, you know what? That sounds pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, the simplest way I can explain this, Moon, is we're all dying, right? I'm dying, you're dying, mom's dying, brother's dying, sister, everybody's dying. If it was possible to live again, like do this again, do this again, be here on earth for a second time. If it was possible, would you want to do it? But this time, without any dying, you're going to live forever with no pain, no suffering, no death, no disease. Does that sound like something you would be interested in? And my answer was, sure. How do I do that? And a 50-year-old man, I was 15 years old. He took the Word of God and he shared it with me and he said, what do you think? I said, that sounds pretty cool. So I did. I chose that day to believe. And now when I take my last breath, I'm promised a chance to do this again. And that's what I That's what I share today. It's like, I can explain that to you. Whether or not you believe it is up to you. But I do my best to try to explain the best I can so that you can understand, hence believe. Because that's what believing is. Believing is understanding. Except today we use believe like I think or I suppose. That sounds right. But instead people say, oh, I believe that. Oh, that sounds correct. I can believe that. It's like, no, that's not accurate. If you say you believe it, that means you've done some studying. You've investigated the information, and you come to a conclusion that sounds correct. I believe that. Did you know that? I didn't know that before. And I did a study on the word believe. And that took me to the word understand. And I realized you need to understand it before you can really say, I believe it. So back to the Word of God. I can explain it to you. It might take me 20 minutes, but I can try to make you understand the basic fundamentals of what's happening to us and what's going to happen to us after we die. And then after that, it's up to you to whether or not you want to believe that. But I tell people, why not? Why not? Why not believe it? Instead of we evolved from monkeys. Yeah, I know. I understand that. And you know what? You're not alone. You're not the first scoundrel, slippery scoundrel. But you know what? That's who Christ seeked. He came to seek and save those which was lost. Meaning the slippery scoundrels that feel that they were too corrupt to deserve another chance to do this again. That's who Christ seeked. That's who he was looking for. Those are the people that need to need to hear it the most. And everybody else that falls in between. Lonoka Harbor. Lonoka Harbor. That's an interesting name. Lonoka Harbor. Where's Lonoka Harbor? Is that in Hawaii? Or Japan? I know. Well, you know what? You're what you just said right here. No. You're saying a lot of good things here, and I'm gonna clarify these things you're saying, and you're bringing up some good comments, perfect comments. Check it out. Here we go. Well, if Jesus forgives all, won't he forgive the unbelievers in the end? Right? It's a good question. So the question is, so why did Christ go through the suffering that he went through? Why did he get why did he go through the psychological and the physical suffering he did, an eventual death on the most humiliating form of death at that time, the cross? Why did he do that? And why did he resurrect from the dead 3 days later? If, in the end, he's going to forgive everybody. Why did he do that? What would the purpose of that be, right? That's the big question. So what was that all about? Why did he do that when he can just say, you're forgiven, everybody follow me, everybody gets to come with me and live again, right? What was the pain and suffering all for, and the resurrection for? Right? That's right. I know. So I can explain that. Yeah. So here's why, bro. And I'm going to put it as simple as I can. Okay. And again, if you don't choose to believe this, I understand. I'm not trying to twist your arm or force you. I'm going to explain it the way I understand it, the easiest way I can understand it. Okay. And I'm going to grab the Bible, because this is what I refer to. First of all, very first sentence is, in the beginning, God created. Okay. So the question is, if in the beginning God created, if he really did that, what would I expect to find? Like, what would I expect to see? What would I expect to discover? For instance, as a biologist, what would I expect to find in my experiments or my studies if in the beginning God created, right? Well, I've been studying for the last 17 years. I've been trying to expose myself to scientists and read their material. Oops, I grabbed the wrong book. And read their findings, their scientific conclusions in the fields of, I got to look because I can't remember all the fields of science. Reading their journals and their findings in the fields of geology, biology, genetics, medicine, paleontology, chemistry, biochemistry, physics, astrophysics, and astronomy. Okay? I've been trying to expose myself to those scientists that do those fields of science for a living, and reading their conclusions, their findings, their results. Okay? And based on that, I've come to the conclusion, an overwhelming, convincing conclusion, that God indeed, in the beginning, God created. That's number one. It's overwhelming, convincing, overwhelmingly convinced me that it makes the most sense that everything around me that I see, that I can see, and even things I can't see, that there had to have been a creator that created those things in the beginning. Okay? That's number one. Yeah, all of this. Yeah. It doesn't compare. Too many questions. Too many unanswered questions. Yeah, I understand. And you doubt about that. But have you spent 17 years looking at it from a creation worldview? In the beginning, God created worldview? Really, be honest. Have you? That I understand. Okay. Have you studied physics from a creation worldview? In the beginning, God created. If conditional, in the beginning, God created, what would you expect to find in the fields of physics? Have you done the studies based on in the beginning, God created? Correct. So you can't say, I doubt about that. Really, it's a personal emotional thing, a statement to say that. Because you haven't. And I'm not saying that like trying to catch you, of something you haven't done. But as a scientist, if you're into physics, wouldn't it be fair to include everything about what you're studying about before you come to a conclusion and make a conclusive statement such as, I doubt about that. Because you're only seeing one side. You're only seeing it from an evolutionary point of view. That's what we were taught. Me and you continue to be taught in universities and schools. Let me read this to you. And I'm just trying, I haven't even gotten to spending 20 minutes to try to keep why Jesus Christ came to the earth and suffered and resurrected 3 days later. I haven't even got there yet, but I'm going to read something to you. Okay, and I'm sure you'll be interested. This is from the book Evolution, the Greatest Deception in Modern History. Okay, you can see the author, Roger Gallup, PhD. I think you'd be interested in this. All right. He wrote this preface, and let me read it to you. Here's an example, maybe of what I'm trying to say to you is this book is a compilation and review of commonly known scientific evidence supporting divine creation, supporting in the beginning God created. Yeah, that's what this book is written. And I already mentioned evidence in the fields of geology, biology, genetics, medicine, paleontology, chemistry, biochemistry, physics, astrophysics, and astronomy, and specific research by esteemed scientists, and from my own personal experience as a consulting geologist and marine scientist. I was compelled to write this book, having grown weary over the many years of continual evolutionary doctrine promoted, quote, as truth, unquote, by public television, national networks, and other media, and taught in our public schools. This is a comprehensive, well-illustrated book that I wanted to read in high school and college, but I could never find. It was written for the high school and college student, parents, and the general public, and the professional scientist. This book was written for those different levels. Although the, quote, theory of evolution, unquote, is filled with many gaps and failures, it continues to be taught by teachers as, quote, proven fact, unquote. And then later in life, those students perpetuate this doctrine without question now as teachers, journalists, and parents. Those students, become like we are, like I am. I'm now a parent. What many people today never hear is the fact that evolutionary theory is not based on known scientific laws or evidence, but rather on false assumptions and poor science. Creation, as described in the book of Genesis, is perfectly consistent with all known scientific laws and evidence. That's a pretty profound statement to make, wouldn't you say? Creation, as described in the book of Genesis, is perfectly consistent with all known scientific laws and evidence. And the scientific evidence is overwhelming. I challenge the author, Roger Gallup. He challenges any skeptical person, such as yourself, I doubt it, to give this book an impartial reading before dismissing the creationist viewpoint. And that's what I now tell people. It's like, if only somebody like yourself would put their pride in their back pocket for, let's say, a month. What in the fields of physics, you mentioned physics as being a forte of your own. Shadow another physics scientist, an esteemed physics scientist, who uses the creationist viewpoint, and shadow him for a month and watch and observe his works and study with him. If only scientists would do that. But my experience is they don't want to. They don't want to. I know, bro. Gosh, you're the first person that is actually, well, I don't know about the first, but to say that I've actually seen somebody say, actually in the same conversation, say, I doubt it, I doubt about that, and then to say, yeah, that'd be interesting. That's like, whoa, that's cool. That actually gets me excited, because I've been, and I'm a nobody. I've been doing it for 17 years, Moon, and I'm flabbergasted. My jaw has hit the ground so many times to see what I knew, what I thought I knew before, and what I know now. It's just, it's overwhelming. There's nothing that's going to change my way of thinking anymore. This discovery has gotten me physically upset at what I've been taught in the past and those that have taught me that. Because this has been out. This in particular, a particular journal that I'm talking about, has been out since 1978. That was 2 years before I graduated high school. I was a sophomore. I was 15 years old, 16 years old. And this journal, scientific journal, was out. Why, pray tell, haven't I heard about it? Why didn't my teachers teach me this? Why didn't I hear once a teacher bring up this creationist point of view? Science from a creationist point of view. Biology from a creationist point of view. Physics. Geology. Any of it. What in the world have they been keeping from me, and why? Why would they do that? That's what pissed me off. I was like, and I was, like you said, I know, dude. I said, you know what? I want to know more. And for the last 17 years, I've been in school, literally been in school because of this. And I've been relearning. My mind has been transformed. I'm 62 years old. I only have 17 years of this school. I'm going to call it school, the creationist worldview. I've only got 17 years of it, bro. My 19-year-old has been in this since he was 4. That gives him 15 years of education in the creationist worldview. He's only 19 years old. I've only got 2 more years up on him. What's wrong with that picture? This is not all, because now my son's been in secular college for the last this is his 2nd year. This is his first exposure to anything other than, in the beginning, God created. And it worries me. It does, because I know what he's being taught in the universities of Henry. And it is not, in the beginning, God created. But hopefully, and I've actually talked to him about it, and he basically, I'm going to summarize what he said, and that is, Dad, don't worry. And that, it literally put me in tears. I realized, I really can't comprehend where he's coming from because of the crap that I've been taught, the lies the falsehoods, the BS that I've been taught for as long as I have. That's the spoon that fed me. And now I'm trying to play catch up. Yeah. A struggle session. Redeemer, redreamer. Oh, are you? I'm going to take that in a different context already. Just reading it because of what I said and how I read it. Redeemer, instead it's redreamer. So I'm gonna take a guess, a educated guess that, yeah, this person is definitely not a supporter of what we're talking about. I might be wrong. Yeah, I know. I'm keeping it in here, bro, about the bathroom break. As I drink my cranberry juice even more. Yeah, so hey, a little plug here, but an interesting, since you said yeah, that'd be interesting. Start with the website creation.com. Easy to remember. Creation.com, and just plug in your questions, physics questions, whatever, any questions, whether it's some people like to call it religious questions. I don't like using that anymore. There's a reason for that. But anyways, or if it's a scientific question, there's more than likely an article. There's thousands, tens of thousands of articles on this website. And just plug it in. If you're interested, plug in some big question about physics, Big Bang. Plenty of articles on Big Bang. Plenty of articles on anything, most every field of science that you can think of on that website. And read what an esteemed scientist in his field of science found using "in the beginning God created" as his beginning point. And go from there. And then do your comparison, as far as what you know and what he's saying, and do the, be the student, ask questions. Oh, just to ask Redreamer, we were talking about emergency medicine at the beginning, and then that led to the military, and kind of one and the same. I did emergency medicine in the military as well. And then something Moon said led me to sharing the truth, the Word of God, also known as the Word of God. And yeah, so what should I do? Oh, Peggy Hill moment. I call it the Department of Motor Vehicles. Yeah, it was definitely a good feeling. It's like, you know what? If school had only been this interesting for the last 17 years, man, I would have been a much better student. I would have been sucking it up. It was like emergency medicine. Paramedicine was one of those moments where I just realized, wow, this is cool. The human anatomy of the eye and the heart is what really set the hook. It was just like, whoa, this makes so much sense. It all fits. No wonder I look like this or feel this way, or no wonder my body does this. Oh, I can see the connection there. Whoa, this is too cool. Yeah, I was that way throughout school. Definitely wasn't easy, but it was, especially being out of school for 19 years before. Actually, it was before, like 15 years before I discovered, what it was I wanted to do for a living. And even then, it really wasn't a living; it was partial living. You don't definitely become rich being in emergency medicine, at least the pre-hospital emergency medicine. In an ambulance, there's no money to be made there. Maybe it's a little better now, but I think you still need 2 incomes to support a family. Maybe you support yourself. Yeah, probably. If you're a single guy. Well, tell you what, I am going to take a break here real quick. You know what? I only got 15 minutes before I'm going to end this. Why don't I just do that? I'm going to hang out and drink the rest of my cranberry juice here. And I got no munchies, so I'm going to be like craving munchies here when I'm done. Yeah, wait a minute. Let me change the sort by. I sorted it to the most newest first, but let me change it to top. What is it again? Top comments. See if it's there. I think I already looked. I didn't see it there either. Nope, it's gone. Oh well. Yeah, they must not have liked, or something must not have liked my comment. Anyways, yeah. On that note, if I may again kind of plug this video because pretty darn good. It's War Pigs Block to Block in Fallujah by the Black Rifle Company. Let's see if I can copy and paste all of that. Yeah, should be able to. Chris, yeah, I was wondering, where'd you go, bro? I was saying, if you haven't watched this already, check it out. It's a tearjerker / super interesting and a firsthand experience of these guys' 20-year reunion of serving in the second Fallujah battle in 2004. And it kind of hit home because I was there. I wasn't in Fallujah, but I was over there during that time. They talk about Christmas in January, New Year's Eve, 2004, 2005. And I was like, wait a minute, I was there. I was right there. Well, I was in Iraq. Actually, but the movie itself, the video is really, really good. And they've got another one out. Look for it. But that one will start you out. And yeah, take here just a little note for those of you that do watch it. I was talking about Chris earlier, Phobos Moon, I believe it was him that talked about the body, the basic human reaction to injuries and illness and blood and everything that comes with the human machine and how people react to it. And I was talking about, or he asked, what could I do to help me with the sight of blood, for example, where he can handle other human problems, but the sight of blood gets to the point where he can actually just be watching it in a movie and all of a sudden get tunnel vision and the curtains coming over his eyes. And I elaborated on that happens, and my experiences of teaching, and or real life experience when people react that way. And then comparing that to those that do it for a living, such as myself. And so I said, he asked, what can I do to prepare, or to prepare myself, or to make a difference so it doesn't happen next time. And my advice in a nutshell was get more experience in it, take a class, expose yourself to it. And even then I said, it isn't going to guarantee that it's going to help you, but because I was always told less than 2% of the population can do what we do, or what I did. And it makes sense, because sometimes no matter what education you give somebody and expose them to it, they're still going to have, they're going to come out of the class not being any different than before they went in it, or they may not even be able to finish the class because of that. But on that note, when you're watching this movie, identify who the corpsmen are. There's two of them. I believe there's two of them. Yeah. But the one guy, the tall, thin guy that becomes a pilot later on, after whether he retired or what, but after he gets out of the military, he becomes a pilot. Pay attention to him and just his general, what comes out of his mouth and how he shares his memories back then, and the way he presents himself after, like in the reunion today in 2024, how he handles himself and just his whole body language towards his experience compared to the others. And tell me when you come back again, tell me what you saw, if you saw a difference, and try to explain or express what you saw, what differences you saw in the way he handled his experience over in 2004, back in 2004, compared to the other guys. And that might be what I actually picked up on that, and I went, you know what? That's a perfect example of why he, and I'm not talking for him, more than likely isn't going through what a lot of his teammates are going through today, is because of what he did for a living and how he compartmentalizes and handles what he saw and how he responded to those injuries and those situations. I'm not talking about the IED blasts and the barometric trauma that everybody suffers from. I'm just talking about the actual hands-on, injuries and things that he saw and that he treated. Just pay attention to the way he delivers, the way he talks. And it's, I might be talking out of my butt, but I was keying in on the corpsmen. I was thinking about that, and I thought, you know what, this is a perfect example. If everybody was trained the way he was, they might not be going through what they're going through today. It's because they don't know. People just don't know. And so you don't know how to handle it. You don't understand what's going on. And again, it might just be for certain people. And that's going to make a difference as to whether or not you're going to, be struggling with it 20 years later. That 2% that handle it differently. My commanding officer in Iraq, Commander Willis, Brian Willis, he was a neurosurgeon. He was only 3 years older than me, and he's a brain doc. You wonder, where did we go wrong? Anyways, I'm just a measly paramedic, and he's a neurosurgeon making $3 million a year, apparently, and took a cut. He was making $500,000 over in Iraq, volunteered for Iraq. He volunteered. He shut his practice down just so he could go out and play with the guys. His example, his response at the very beginning. Jeff. Thanks, Jeff. You too, brother. Anyways, at the very beginning, when we did our first muster, our first roll call, roll call, roll call, like the very first morning when we all first got our first night's rest, and then woke up in the morning, and we have our first muster, muster, and we reported, and we all sat there, and he's heading the meeting, and he's giving us, the daily plan. And after he was done giving it, he's like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to get some. And he rubs his hands together, and everybody's like looking at each other, and I was like, hoorah, like I'm ready, because it's like even afterwards, the guy says, did he really do that? And I was like, yeah, I'm right there. And I think people are like looking at me like, do you really want to? And I was like, well, don't you? That's when I realized, I think there's a difference between the military and the civilian world. I was a little bit of both. The spoon that fed me was the civilian world, and now I'm in the military and at war at that. But I was interviewed at the very beginning when they first met me. I literally had my name pulled out of a hat and was placed with the 123 Marines. So they didn't know me from anybody, and they had to get to know me. So who are you? I'm in 29 Palms, literally sitting in front of a panel, introducing myself to these commissioned officers and enlisted officers, like 10 of them. And boy, I felt like being put on the spot. And so they just wanted to know, who are you? Where you come from? And I told them, originally from San Diego. I became a paramedic. I've been a paramedic for this many years. I run 911 calls out in an ambulance. That's my job. And so on. And they all are looking at each other. And one of the commissioned, or a couple of the commissioned officers are like, I think we want you. And I'm like, uh-oh, what do you mean you want me? He says, well, let me tell you, here's who we are. This is what we do. We are the medical unit for the 123 Marines. We are assigned to these guys full time. So we're active duty. A lot of them are actually, it's a reserve unit. So they're all reservists, but they know each other. And they work with those Marines, where I don't even know who they are. I never even worked in a Marine battalion before. I was all Navy side, on an air base. So anyways, so I was like, can I ask why you want me? And they're like, well, let me tell you, we're being deployed to one of the considered the most heavily rocketed and mortared bases, FOBs in the theater. And I was like, oh my God. Like, did they just say what I think they said? And they said exactly that. We're going to what is considered the most heavily mortared and rocketed FOB in the theater at this time. And we're putting together, and they quickly continue, and we're putting together a team that would be most suited for what we might be anticipating, expecting over there as far as, injuries and so on. So we're looking for to put together a team that has experience in that type of medicine. And you basically just filled in one of the check marks. And they had a guy from OR, Commander Willis, he's a neurosurgeon, and they put together a team of corpsmen that seemed to be, more apt, that had more experience in that than the other corpsmen. And so I guess I was handpicked to go to this most heavily mortared and rocketed FOB in the theater. And although it turned out to be the most boring camp out of my life, which is a good thing for them, but I just remember Commander Willis, after giving his first speech, he slapped his hands again and he rubbed them, and he's like, let's get some. And I was like, I'm ready, I'm ready to intubate and put needles in people's external jugulars and whatever, bring it on. It's like the morbid part of my job. Like, did he really just say that? He's like, yeah, he just said that. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a whole lot of action. And really, was it unfortunate or fortunate? It's like one of those, fortunate for them, unfortunate for me, because I sat for 7 months hardly figuring out what to do with myself. I whittled, I smoked cigarettes. I don't even smoke. I built a climbing wall. I read magazines. I ate junk food. I counted my rounds into my cover. I just ripped off everything. In the outhouse, because nothing else to do. So I pulled out my magazine out of the pistol and sat there with my hat in my lap, with my pants down around my ankles, trying to take a crap and pushing out the 9mm rounds out of my magazine, and then putting them one by one back in, because it took the most time. I got blisters on my thumb and everything. It's like, what else do you do? And then you sleep, and then you get mortared and rocketed about one every other day. Not a good place to do your job at all. I don't recommend it to anybody. It sucked. But and on top of that, there was nothing to do. So, and then every once in a while, somebody would come in who fell on their rifle. I already mentioned this, and the barrel of their weapon ripped open the side of their face, and they weren't even at war, per se. They weren't on a mission. They just tripped and fell and lacerated their face and had to give them stitches. Crazy. That was like the extent. Oh, and then looking at plenty of eardrums, and you think, oh, what's so exciting about that? Well, I don't look at eardrums in the back of an ambulance, but I got to look at plenty of eardrums over there because of the blast injuries and barometric pressure changes in the air from explosions and people coming in. Not all Americans. We had Iraqi National Guards coming in with, ear injuries after being too close to a mortar or a rocket that actually exploded an eighth a mile away, and you can still come in with blast injuries from that. It was crazy. And what do you do for those if they didn't perforate their eardrums? If they did, you ship them out, and they're not going to get any help at our FOB. They need to go to a high level of care. So you arrange transport for them. And that's really what you do. There's not a whole lot you can do. Or you give them, if they didn't lacerate the eardrums, you give them, believe it or not, neosynephrine in the nose. That was something I learned. It's like, whoa, how's that going to affect your ears? Well, as a lot of us know, the nose is connected to the ears and vice versa. So found out neosynephrine is a vasodilator. A vasoconstrictor. Sorry. It shrinks blood vessels, capillaries. And there's a lot of capillaries. Your eardrums are full of capillaries. And when barometric trauma affects the ears, it literally sucks, the eardrum, and it brings the blood all to the surface. So you have bleeding surfaces inside your ear, cavity. And so you give them nose spray in their nose, and it goes to their ears, and it constricts the blood vessels and stops the bleeding. And you give them Motrin for anti-inflammatories and for pain, or Tylenol. Yeah, it was just stuff I never got exposed to, but I learned, over there. That's when it got interesting. It's like, oh, I got something to do. Teach me. A lot of classroom time. We would give classes and stuff, either to each other or to the Iraqis, trying to teach them basic first aid, how to differentiate between an arterial bleed and a venous bleed. Don't put tourniquets, on a venous bleed. Filling up a a 50 or 100 cc syringe, a big old one, like a turkey baster, that big of a syringe, fill it up with water, and then squirt it at the audience as it arches across them and say, "That's an arterial bleed. You guys get it? That is an arterial bleed." Everyone's all, they get hit by the water. I said, venous bleeds is like leaving your hose on. It just pours out and makes a mess, and gets everywhere. And it can look, and it is sometimes a lot of blood. But this is an arterial bleed. Under pressure, beating with every beat of your heart. That is an arterial bleed. So unless you see that, don't be putting a tourniquet on somebody's arm. It's like, tourniquets are not for venous bleeds. Put your hand over a venous bleed, plug the hole, and when that soaks through, put some more on top. Don't take the old one off. Just keep putting layers and layers. And you might have to put some pressure on it, because you can't keep your hand on it all the time. So put a band around it, tighten it up a little bit. More than likely, you stop pretty much any venous bleed with pressure. But arterial bleeds, that's an emergency. It's a life-threatening emergency. So you need to get them to the hospital, to the OR, or to the emergency room. Or actually, I guess, depending on how big and where it is, the neurosurgeon on board, actually our independent duty corpsmen, also known as physician assistants in the civilian world, they could probably do something about that. If it's small enough, you could put a clamp on it or put a suture around it and clamp it off, just like putting a kink in a hose, in a smaller arterial bleed. But if it's something inside the body and you got a lacerated artery, that doesn't fare very well. So oil down my quad and say, "Good God." Tasha, hey, you're back. Hey, you too. Thanks. Happy Thanksgiving. Jeff. Oh, thank you, Jeff. Yeah, remember at least the thumbs up if you haven't already. Hey guys, it's time. It's 12:05. I got to get out of here. Thank you again, as I always say. Friday night, 7 p.m. Actually, Friday night, 8 p.m. And I'll do the Reformers Unanimous video at the beginning. Be there or be square. 8 p.m. Be prompt and on time, so I have more than one person in the audience when I begin this video. And I'll show it again if you want, or you can always just scroll back a tad and watch the video if you didn't catch it. But I'll show it usually more than once for those that lag and come in late. But 8 p.m. till midnight, Friday night. You were in the ER as a patient? I know a lot of us have been there, right? Yeah, I'll tell more stories next time. I got one in my head now that you said I was in the ER. Yeah, I'll tell you a just another random, personal experience, not as a paramedic, not as a treating paramedic, but as a patient in the ER and what happened to that. That's a pretty interesting story. I'll tell you that one. It involves not only my primary physician, but the emergency room and I'm going to leave the last part out, and a neurosurgeon. Speaking of a neurosurgeon, all three of them in one story. And yeah, I was the patient, so it should be good. Uh-oh. Yeah, I just rehabbed my rotator cuff again. Is it 100%? No, but it's better. And I actually rehabbed you're going to get me started again. I rehabbed a rotator cuff in Iraq while I was there. The OR, the guy that worked in the OR, one of the corpsmen, he gave me a regimen, a PT, physical therapy regimen, to rehab my rotator cuff with TheraBands, you know, the rubber bands. And I was doing that all through the 7 months, and it got better. Definitely got better. But yeah, we'll talk more later. I'm out of here, guys. Later, Jeff. Thanks again for coming, brother. Tasha. Yeah, I haven't heard. You don't stay in very long. I'd be interested in swapping stories with you. Yep, PT. Yeah, I don't do enough of it. It's ongoing. We should do it all the time. Don't let it rest. Just get into a regimen. I've already been taught, and I've forgotten half of it. And I didn't continue, and I didn't finish it. I was non-compliant, as we say in the medical field. So, yeah, guys, I'm out of here. Sound good? Later. Thanks, guys. Bye, girl. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.